Hello. Remember, guys, another new shirt. On the 15th, all of these shirts and more can be yours. Okay? You know you want them. You know you want these shirts, guys. Look at this. Hold on. Look at him. Look. Look how cute he is. Look. I don't think there's anything on the back. No. Look.
It didn't say Simon Says.
Don't you want to be this guy?
Oh, but I'm not.
You have the exact time and place.
Look at how cute he is. Oh my god. Adorable. Absolutely adorable.
Must buy
You have the
swag.
exact time and place.
This is fake. Did you see Bungie ripping into the YouTube DMCA system? Wait, hold on. Senators announces deal for school safety and gun measures. Money to encourage states to pass and implement what's called red flag laws. Ooh, depends on how it's done. Could be really good. Could be an absolute no deal. I don't think so, but we'll see.
Destiny's audience was just not that upset by the idea of me making jokes about pedophilia or statements about cuties, controversial, whatever. They're like, that doesn't really bother me. It triggers the fuck out of these other people who I think are stupid. So, you know, we love Mr. Girl. He's willing to bite bullets. But that affection for many of DGG only goes as far as long as you think the bullets are okay to bite. When it comes to women in relationships, I lost a lot of people. A certain contingent of people are like, well, we would rather you just keep that shit to yourself. We don't want to see it. And we don't want to see you saying, this is how I am. We don't want you to be like that. We want you to cover that part.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
And to the point where they'll start deconstructing the whole thing.
I can understand.
Where in the actual fuck do we go to buy the uniforms? All of your shop.
15th. It's not out for like 3 more days, okay? Being able to bite a bullet is in and of itself commendable, but people are still going to judge what bullets you're biting, right? Like if you come out and you're like, you know what? I think women need to do more work in relationships. Like, wow, that's brave to say. Nice job. And then if you come out and you're like, you know what? I think black people are actually genetically inferior to white people. Yeah, you're biting a bullet, but like people aren't necessarily going to be happy with everything you have to say while you're biting bullets, right? Like, it's just kind of a given. Okay, we're rolling.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I just need the last piece of armor. Please, just give it to me on the first one. Give it to me on the first one. Ah! Sorry,
So you think people would be mad at a girl that behaves in argument the way Mr. Girl does in that video with his GF?
Yeah, probably. Oh, okay. Well, the real reason is that you're fighting with Mr. Girl and your relationship stuff, so chat is following your opinion. If you fought Mr. Girl on the cutie stuff, chat would change their opinion. Maybe. Why don't you use the crossbow? It's so good. Is it? There's like such a huge wind-up time for shooting that shit. Fuck, what do you even make this at? Wait, what do you even make the crossbow at? What the fuck? Did I just skip it? Dark silver crossbow. 15 dark silver. Okay, I'm supposed to talk to some girl about rape or something.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
What was this Vosh post? I think that these guys,
God, you are so fucking hot. Yes, this sexual harassment. Full screen and show me that ass again.
I think that this Vosh poster read my tweet as being not ironic. Like they actually thought I was saying AOC is super soy, but Canadian truckers were based. I hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just... Her views haven't changed. She's just aware that she has to be more careful before she gets Molyneuxed, and Destiny is coaching her with this. He's reviewing her videos before she uploads them to YouTube. Bro, I don't even review my own videos before I upload them to YouTube. Jeez. New lore drop. Destiny is not a liberal. All of his politics are based on antagonism for antagonism's sake. People in Ottawa couldn't sleep for weeks. The secret reason for this clash is that Destiny, in true contrarian fashion, saw Vosh's commitment to his friendship with Sue and has since decided he doesn't like being friends with populace. True. That's the true take.
That if one person holds all the power with no checks and balances,
You hold all the power right now.
they will commit atrocities.
You hold all the power right now. I am nothing. I'm a nameless, faceless person, and you still felt the need to just beat everything out of me. When I came with my tail in between my legs, my voice was shaking when I entered this call, and you saw a chink, and you went for it. And of course, and everything you said is...
That if one person holds all the power...
I don't even know what the context is. I have to record 2 ads today also. I'll probably do that on the front end of the stream once this dry is over. I don't know why I'm doing this. Hello. Hi.
What's good?
Wait, try speaking again. Your microphone is actually atrocious.
I'm sorry, it's my phone. It's been smashed to hell. I'm not very careful.
Okay.
Hi, Destiny stream. Oh my god, hello.
Hello. Okay, you tweeted at me because you were mad, and people tweet at me because they get mad at this thing over and over again.
I was so not mad. It was in passing. I just have funny,
I'm pretty sure you
irreverent
quote
things to say.
tweeted at... Do we need to find the original tweets?
I have funny, irreverent things to say, and they just happen to be concerning you this time.
Okay, well, what's your problem? Get it out.
Okay, wait, hold on. I wrote a little bit.
Okay.
Hello, chat. My name is Stacey McSlay, also known as Fiona Lapel, formerly known as the Brokeback Suite, but I will always be known as that guy who made a shitty fan cam for Vosh that he somehow enjoyed enough to retweet. I'm a rising internet superstar, and I produce amazing content on all my social medias. Anyway, me and Destiny had an encounter on Twitter where I may or may not have made fun of him, but, like, besides the point, it was over this tweet that I believe you deleted?
All my tweets every, like, month or two get wiped. So maybe it depends on how recently the tweet was.
I should do that too. I'm like a horrible tweeter. Please don't go into my history. It's so embarrassing. Anyway, it was a Reddit post from a subreddit, and what you could see on screen was the thing, is inviting a man to your home, expectation, ... And I tried to look up the original post on Reddit, but like I couldn't find it. So, and you
doing my best face summary of the post. I think that the post was somebody was on a date with a guy. Afterwards, I think she invited him to the house. They ended up not doing anything, and I think he expressed disappointment in a text or something later after he left. I don't remember. Don't quote me 100%, but something like that. And then basically the post was a bunch of people arguing about whether or not if somebody is invited over to your house after a date, is there like an expectation that something sexual is going to happen, basically?
Yeah. You tweeted specifically, Jesus, this subreddit, don't invite someone over to your house unless you're comfortable fucking them. And I took a little bit of issue with that. I responded to someone else who was like, I don't get it. This is okay to me. And I made some tweet, probably not very well written. I think it was late, but like fundamentally, I can understand where you're coming from, because I think you personally may believe that this is just like, nice advice to give to someone so they don't end up in a position like that. And I can understand telling someone, don't do that, because people will have these certain expectations. But in this specific context, it just came off really rape apologetic to me. Just because like she was talking about how she was having these uncomfortable encounters, and you were like, just don't, like, they're gonna fucking expect that, don't invite them over. And I think it's weird to respond to like that.
I feel like, okay, so I feel like you've accelerated the whole conversation to more or less where all of these end up, which is you think I was 100% correct with what I said. I'm 100% correct in the advice that I'm giving, but I needed to put at the end, by the way, don't rape anybody, and if anybody rapes you, it's not your fault, to make it okay.
No, I think that it's very, she was asking for it rhetoric. I think it's the same as when someone's...
Well, wait, hold on, okay. I think that we've gotten, like, so afraid of quote-unquote victim blaming that, like, we can no longer have real conversations. Like,
I mean,
let's say that, like, I feel like I could write this story where, like, I told this guy that I was going to suck his dick, and I told him all night, I can't wait to get home to suck your dick. And then when I got him on my bed, I got on my knees, and in front of me, he took his dick, and was like, I'm going to suck your dick. But then I decided to change my mind, and I'm like, oh, well, actually, hold on, I don't want to do this. And when the guy left, he seemed really disappointed. And then he messaged me, and he was like, I felt like you were going to suck my dick. Do you guys think that, like, it was right to have that expectation? And then if I were to tweet out, if you tell somebody that you're going to suck their dick like 400 times, yeah, they're probably going to have that expectation for it. And then when they don't, they're probably going to be disappointed. And I feel like everybody like, oh my God, that is so victim blamey. You are a rape apologist. And it's like, no.
That's not the situation at all. And you're taking one kind of consent, which is to come over, as a different kind of consent. It doesn't necessitate to me the invitation to come over as an invitation for sex. Like,
well,
I've had people
necessary.
over and all they did was play Pokemon cards.
Sure, but that's not normal after a date, right? I'm not saying that you have to fuck somebody, but I'm saying that, like, if hold on, sorry, 1 second.
Don't worry,
I can't, like, this is like, I feel like an insane person. Have you ever heard of Seinfeld?
I'm far too young for that noise.
Okay, have you ever seen any of a million sitcoms where there's always some scene where the girl is like, hey, do you want to come up for drinks or coffee? And the guy's like, no, that's okay, I'm not thirsty. And then he drops the girl off and he drives away. And then, like, the next day he's like, oh my God, I'm a dumb fuck, she was inviting me up to have sex. Like, I'm sure you've seen, like, scenes in movies or TV shows or whatever where this happens, and then the guy realizes later, like, oh fuck, I'm so stupid, like, that wasn't, like, I feel like when we do dating, or go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
Sorry. No, I was gonna make a joke. I was just gonna say I just watch the Star Wars movies on repeat. I don't engage in any other kind of popular culture.
Okay, well, I feel like when we can you say, like, how old you are?
I am 17.
Okay. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Don't make fun of me for liking Star Wars. It's a very valid thing.
Hold on, wait, fuck, my mic is fucking up. 1 second, hold on. Okay, this person doesn't have any experience with hookup culture at all. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. What am I even supposed to say to this person? They don't have a place for anybody to go over and sleep over to. Of course, when somebody sleeps over, they play Pokemon. They're 17. They're going to their mom's place. Okay, wait, is this working now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so it's my experience. Now, not to dox you, but I think you said you were a bonger. So maybe it's different in bonger land. But I think that, like, typically, and I think this is a shitty reality. I don't like this. But typically, people aren't usually ultra straightforward with what they want. Usually, they kind of, like, I don't say they dance around it, but there's, like, kind of a game, right? Like, if you really want to have sex with somebody, you're not usually going to be like, come to my house and let's fuck. That's like not usually going to be the conversation, right? It's going to be like, hey, do you want to come over to Netflix and chill? That's where that saying comes from, is people being a little cagey about what they want. I feel like if you go on a date with somebody and then the date is going well, and then afterwards the person is like, hey, do you want to come back to my place? Usually there's only one reason to ever do that, and that's because you want privacy. If you just want to drink coffee or get a drink, you can go to a Starbucks or a coffee shop or a bar and you can get drinks. But usually the reason why you go back to somebody's place is because you want some level of privacy. And usually what you need privacy for is like sexual activity. So I feel like when I'm talking to people that are like trying to get involved in like dating culture or hookup culture, when somebody isn't aware of that, I think you can get yourself into, one, really bad situations, and then two, like get people a little bit irritated with you because you're sending like super mixed signals. Not you in particular, but anybody. Like if I was to talk to a person and invite them to my house over and over again, and I never expressed any interest once they were here, they would probably start to feel a little bit mindfucked. Like, why does this guy keep bringing me back to my house, but he only wants to play like Pokemon cards or something? Like, I don't understand. He's sending me mixed signals. I think that's generally what my concern is when I talk to people about like this, the expectations thing. Not that you like have to. If you invite somebody to your house, you're not obligated to fuck them. Otherwise it's like immoral. But that when you are doing that, that is the signal you're sending. And I think it's good to be aware of that. I think it's just kind of how I feel it.
Right, but you specifically said don't invite someone over to your house unless you're comfortable with that. To someone complaining that they are uncomfortable with the fact that their date is repeatedly coming on to them because they didn't take that as that signal.
Well, to be clear on that date thing,
for, like, implicit
nobody got raped or anything. There was never any inappropriate touching, no sexual assault, nothing like that. I think it's just I don't remember what so it's not like the guy did anything like holy shit. It was just that he had a really different expectation. So there's like two parts to this. So one, I do believe that you probably shouldn't invite somebody over your house unless you're comfortable fucking them, because one, you're sending really mixed signals, but two, and this is like okay, so I swear to God, I'm not attacking you for your age. I swear to God, I'm not, okay? But
that's fine.
Yeah, no, it's fine. There is a I'm sorry, I can't tell because you're boys. I'm just being honest. Are you a guy or a girl?
I am a guy. He, they.
Okay, he, they. I don't give a fuck about pronouns. Okay, but you're a guy. Okay.
Okay.
So when there's a really weird thing when you're a woman, and I think a lot of guys don't know this because they just don't engage with women this way. A lot of men, like 95% of men, could probably kill like 95% of women just because of the difference in size and everything. So when you're a woman and then you're living on your own, the place that you live at, it's actually really scary if a guy knows where you live and you don't like him or you don't want him to know where you live. So in my opinion, like inviting guys over to your house as a woman is like one of the most like severe things, or one of the most vulnerable things you can do. More vulnerable even than having sex. Like meeting a guy at a hotel and having sex with him, in my opinion, is less scary than telling a guy where you live. So with taken into all of that, I'm just saying that like if you're at the stage where you're literally inviting a guy over to your house, like you, at the very least, you trust him enough to have sex with him because you're telling him where you live. And then also for a social cue thing, like if you're giving that signal off, you probably should be expecting, like assuming everything continues to go well, we're probably going to have sex. Otherwise, inviting him over is just sending like really weird mixed signals, I think.
I just don't get the mixed signals. Like I understand completely the like privacy. It is like obviously an invitation to come out, which could be an incredibly dangerous thing. You wouldn't just hand that out randomly. But just, I don't understand the fact that like, that the fault would fall in. It feels.
It's not a fault thing. I'm not trying to blame anyone. I'm just saying that like it's just confusing. Let's say
I know you're not trying to blame anyone, but like it just seems really, really weird to comment upon it in such a way where you would be like, just don't invite them over forehead.
Yeah, you should. You shouldn't. I think there's appropriate ways to engage with people socially, and I would say that's really inappropriate. Or at the very least, I'd say inappropriate because it's very confusing. Let's say, for instance, there are so many ways to do things. Let's say there's a girl in town and she has like a no sexual interest in me whatsoever, but she just wants to like catch up and chat. If she sends me a message is like, hey, tomorrow morning, do you want to get coffee or something? Yeah, sure. Or maybe even like lunch. Yeah, that's fine. If she messages me and she's like, hey, are you free like on Saturday night? We can go out and get dinner, and then afterwards we can get drinks. And she just wants to catch up. Well, that's really confusing to me. Now, I'm a respectful person. I'm not going to push for anything. But if somebody makes that type of invitation, I'm thinking like, okay, like I understand like what's on the table now. Like there's a decent chance that if things go okay, we're probably fucking at the end of the night. But I'm saying that when you start making those like what's socially seen as like, oh, when somebody does this, they're kind of inviting you for that. And then you act totally like bewildered when you're like, wait, why did you have that expectation? Especially when it comes to inviting someone over to your house. I just think that like everything, you're setting yourself up to be in a really weird spot, and you're kind of mind fucking the person that you're engaging with.
I mean, it just depends on how you take it, though. You're interpreting the invitation over as as like generally consent to at least move things slightly further.
Yeah, of
I know
course.
that
But I
there's a
mean,
tweet where it was like-
sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's cool. I know that there was a tweeter who specifically was like, an invitation over is a step forward to a relationship, and a step in that relationship is just sex, which I thought was weird, but I didn't think that those necessitate each other. I didn't think that the implicit consent went far enough there. I really feel like it's just so easy to just say verbally, very clearly, what you want, and it seems weird to interpret these things so wildly. But I can understand, obviously, you do have way more experience. Not to say that I don't get bitches, I do, duh. But, like, yeah.
But I mean, like, when you say that like that, so I actually agree with you 1,000,000%. And I'm actually somewhat autistic when it comes to this. I like to have like the full conversation before. I'm like, oh, okay, like, you want to do this? Like, are we fucking afterwards? Do you want to do this? Blah, blah, blah. Like, I like to be very, very clear, because it makes things very simple for a variety of reasons. But that is very abnormal, especially in like the casual dating world, right? Like, if I wanted to message a girl and I'm like, hey, do you want to fuck tonight? Like, a lot of people probably just wouldn't even respond, because it's, even if they did, just because it's so out of left field in terms of social cues. But if I message a girl, it's like, hey, do you want to get something to drink? And we can come back to my place, like watch some TV or whatever. That's 100% an invitation to fuck, and every person knows it. But they're more likely to say yes to that for whatever reason. I understand what you're saying, that it would be cool if everybody was like really straightforward. That, I think that would be a better world. But since it's not how things operate, I think people have to be aware of kind of the mixed signals they send. It's almost like wearing like appropriate clothing, depending on like, is it a business meeting or a meeting with family and friends? Like, you probably wouldn't wear like the sluttiest outfit you have to go and have like, like dinner with your parents. Probably not, just because it wouldn't like match the situation. You'd be sending like weird signals.
Wow.
Most people wouldn't. Yeah, but I think I'm just kind of talking about like what is like the general social practice and then the expectations thereof, so that you're not like sending mixed or weird signals to people.
Yeah, no, I get the mixed signals thing. I mean, speaking of clothing then, would you say that the things that you have said and the things that you have tweeted differ from someone saying, well, what were you wearing, to someone who claims that they were a victim of sexual assault?
So I think it's important to note that in this particular thing, there were no victims of sexual assault, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Also, if, let's say somebody said this, I invited a guy over to my house after we went out to dinner, and even though I really wasn't comfortable with it, I kept telling him, like, hey, no, like, I don't want to do anything. Like, he ended up, like, fucking me. We ended up having sex. Even though I was, like, telling him I didn't want to or whatever. Like, in that case, like, are you sending kind of, like, mixed signals by inviting someone over your house? Sure, but it's not your fault that they raped you. Like, it's never your fault when somebody violates your consent. Even if you send mixed signals, it's not your fault if somebody violates your consent. So, like, depending on, like, I guess, like, what you wear, whatever you're doing, like, can you send mixed signals? Yeah, sure. But, like, it's never your fault if somebody crosses one of your boundaries and does stuff that you're either like saying no to or didn't consent to. So no, I never blame anybody for somebody else doing anything. I just think people need to be aware of like the signals that they're setting, so that they're not either confusing people or getting themselves into situations that they wouldn't want to be in otherwise, just because they don't understand like the social context.
True and real, wonderful and great. I fully agree with you here. I'm glad that we had this talk and we could totally clarify these things. Is there anything else you would like to say, like the tweet where I told you to stay out of women's business or whatever?
I don't think so, unless you want to talk about it, or.
Well, I'll be very real with you. I wondered if your fans would take it seriously or not. I'm not a woman. You can be all up in women's business. I am all the time. It's quite funny.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. You should totally bring me back on again for another segment, because it would be awesome and great.
Gotcha. Well, hey, thanks for the conversation, mate.
Yeah, thanks. Bye. Bye, Destiny fans.
Fuck, I need to ask. I gotta get ages first. I'm fucked up. I need to get ages. Is this Jewel of the Wicked Prophet? Has got to be the best jewel, right? Spell, life leech, and move speed. It's literally 99% of the people you bring up from Twitter. Yeah, maybe, whatever. Everyone is good actually over my RimWorld playthrough. I play this game called RimWorld and Natos on Discord call. My friends streaming the game to them. My girlfriend was at my apartment at this time laying in bed looking at Instagram or something. Game called RimWorld isn't really the family-friendly game. And I also installed some mods which made it even worse. In my run, I was using female raiders I captured as baby factories and then turning the babies into oil to fuel my hydroponics farm. So I was saying in the call stuff like butcher the baby and put it in the refinery. She heard it and came to look at what I was doing and saw my colonist chopping up a baby on a table and called me crazy and told me I should stop. She went back to the bed and a few minutes later I said, fuck her pussy, not her ass, because my colonist was fucking the prisoner's ass and not her pussy and I wanted more babies. She came over, called me a creep and stopped talking to me. After I finished playing, she was calling me weird and said, I didn't know you were like
Zoomers
this.
not understanding how to be social. Couldn't be me. Clueless. You're old cock.
This is a fake post, but...
Last month, Bungie, the video game company, was the victim of false DMCAs on YouTube, and the situation's pretty bad. Bungie actually had a lot of trouble getting the situation resolved.
Really?
And in the process, a lot of people were very angry at Bungie for sending these false DMCA notices when it turns out that it wasn't Bungie that sent the false DMCA notices.
Keep hating your life
it was
then, working class
kind
Andy.
of a false flag operation.
You said to post my lifts, so here they are. Unban me, know me.
Today's supposed to be my rest day, so I didn't want to go too hard. Wait, is this actually you? That's a pretty big lean back there. I don't know, man. Wow. Not the best. Let's see what we got here. Really exaggerated back arch. I'd give this lift a 4 out of 10, but okay. Yeah, chest bouncing. Chest bouncing hardcore for sure, absolutely. Can't see if he's set parallel. Camera angle is horrible. Feet are probably angled too far out, I think.
Post lifts. I posted lifts. Unban me. Yee wins. Coming for that flare.
Oh, okay, hold on. He's a year. Okay, okay. What? You donated $5 and then asking to ban you, but I'm pretty sure a $5 donation gets you automatically unbanned, so good job. Okay. You permit him. I thought I 7-day banned him. I need some advice on platonic relationship. Mind helping me? No. Here's the advice that you need. Stop talking to her. If you're asking for advice on a platonic relationship, it's probably because there's a girl that you want to date, but she doesn't want to date you. And now you just want to know how you can stay friends. But the answer is you can't stay friends. You have to stop talking to her. Okay? There you go. Boom. I don't care about this. I don't think. Wait, did Bungie actually sue YouTube over this?
Through several layers of YouTube contacts.
Oh, wait, holy shit. Oh, wait, are they suing YouTube or are they suing the fraudulent DMCA claimants or whatever? I've donated these twice after chasing lifting flare. Hook me up, 1200. Why don't you email Ninu for this at contact@destiny.gg?
Was, and the email addresses attached to those actions.
Jesus Christ. The weakest DGGer. Reppin' 315? Not YouTube, I believe. The company who set out the claims.
I've legit done that where a girl took me home and I didn't get it till she pulled me into her room and Anyways, autism is real. Pepe for life.
Wait, is this the same person? Wait, hold on. I'm so confused. Are you benching more than you deadlift? Or how much is this? Is that 3 plates on a 35 or? It's 25 kgs. Oh, so it's probably 25.50. I can't tell if there's a third one or not. I can't even see how much you're pulling. Wait, are these 20? These are 45 pounds. What is this? Bro, I can't see how much you're lifting, okay? The fuck? Are these 50s as well? This is like, I'm so confused. I'm guessing there's like an extra plate between these two lifts. So your squat and deadlift are pretty similar or the same, and then your bench is like a little lighter. Oh, another bench. I'm so confused. Damn, look at this. Look at this dude. Jesus. It looks like 535, do you think? Platonic relationship is dude with dude. I'm desperate for your advice. How can I help you? What do you want me to help you with? Are these 50 kg plates, you think? Send it to Ninu. Contact at destiny.gg. Jesus, you're... something else. Am I really gonna watch all these? Oh man, I'm not sure. Would you mainly meet women for dating? Well, right now my fucking DMs. But otherwise, I mean, hit up all the dating apps. Tinder, Hinge, whatever the fuck people are recommending these days. I don't know. Coworkers and students. Coworkers and classmates, okay? Ooh.
So, you have Game of Thrones Season 8 for me? Yes, sir, I do. And I really want this to be over, so can we speed this pitch meeting up, please? Oh, I mean, we literally just started. Well, I'm in a rush, so, you know, let's get cracking. I mean, okay. So anyway, the first 2 episodes are gonna be people kind of meeting and reuniting in Winterfell. You know, Arya's gonna sleep with Gendry. Oh, having seen her grow up on the show, that makes me extremely uncomfortable. Is she 18? That's certainly
My
what
fellow
people are gonna
Americans,
Google,
I
but
have
yes, she
gathered
is.
you all here today to regretfully inform you of the passing of partner, killed at the hands of Yeon. The enemy might have won this time, but we will win in the end.
Okay, I have 20
Keep hating
emails.
your life then, working class Andy.
Good luck.
Yikes, okay. And then episode 3 is gonna be when the Night King and his army are gonna arrive in Winterfell. Oh my god, the moment we've been building towards for 8 seasons. Yeah, and so Bran reveals that the Night King wants him, because he's kind of like the memory of Westeros. Oh, why? Because that's his motivation. Well, okay then. So then the Dothraki charge at the dead army, and they pretty much all get wiped out. Oh my god. Until a couple of episodes later when they kind of just multiply because I need more of them. Oh. Anyway, then the zombies are gonna charge at the good guys, and there's just like a wall of them. Oh wow, it sounds like World War Z. Exactly, yeah, it's gonna be like watching World War Z, but with, you know, like 5 pairs of sunglasses on. What? So there are just tens of thousands of zombies, and they're just swarming everybody. Wow, it's gonna be tough for the main characters to live through an attack like that. Actually, it's gonna be super easy, barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, anytime a really important character gets swarmed, we're just gonna kind of cut away from them and then come back later to see that they're fine. Wait, so how do they survive? By being off screen for a little bit. I guess that makes sense. Oh, also, Bran is gonna warg into a crow. Oh, why does he do that? Unclear. Okay, gotcha. Anyway, eventually the Night King's gonna do that thing where he raises his arms and all the dead come back to life. Oh boy. Yeah, and Tyrion and a bunch of people are down in the crypts, so, you know, it gets scary. So they're fighting a guy that can raise the dead and they go hide in the crypts? I thought Tyrion was the smart one. He used to be, but now I need things to happen really fast, so that's all over. Oh, okay. And so then Jon screams at a dragon for some reason. That's cool, I guess. Maybe. And then Arya sneaks up on the Night King and stabs him, and, you know, that's the end of winter. Oh, it's over? Yep, all done. done, so moving on. Wait, that's just it? Yeah, that's it. So anyway, but we've been building towards this for 8 seasons. It's just done with a quick stab? It is, yeah. So what was with the Night King's connection to Bran, or that weird symbol that kept popping up, or the fact that the White Walkers Listen, sir, I'm gonna need you to get all the way off my back about winter, okay? It's over. We gotta move on. Oh, I just feel a little empty inside. It feels like this could have been fleshed out. Well, there's no time. There's only a couple of episodes left. You can have more episodes if you want. I just don't see any other way other than rushing it. You could do it in more episodes. Damn this short final season. Okay. Anyway, so after the Battle of Winterfell, everybody's partying, but Dany is just sitting alone, all isolated, looking pissed with her Starbucks. Did you say Starbucks? And in the next episode, she flies to King's Landing. But then Euron and the Iron Fleet snipe Rhaegal out of the sky with those scorpion things. What? How did Dany not know about the Iron Fleet being there? Well, Dany kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet and Euron's forces, but they certainly haven't forgotten her. She forgot? She forgot, you know, a lot of stuff on her mind. I mean, okay, and does she blow up the ships with her dragon? Oh no, I mean, a dragon is no match for a bunch of scorpions. Oh, okay, yikes. And then Cersei ends up killing Missandei, you know, so Dany and Grey Worm are pissed. And does Dany remember who Cersei is? Of course she does. I don't know, I feel like I needed to ask. So then in the next episode, Dany just destroys all the scorpions in like a minute with her dragon. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, a bunch of scorpions are no match for a dragon. Oh, but you just said the opposite. Oh, well, I kind of forgot about that. Well, okay then, I guess. So yeah, now Cersei doesn't have any scorpions, but she does have the Golden Company. Oh yeah, we built those guys up to be badasses, so what are they gonna do? Die immediately. Oh my god. And then Cersei and everybody surrender, but Dany is mad now, so she's not satisfied. Oh, so she goes to kill Cersei? Exactly, but she starts with, you know, everyone else. She does what? Yeah, she's mad now, so she burns women and children. Oh, that feels like quite the leap character-wise. Well, she's been killing people for years, you know, plus 2 of her dragons died, a couple of her friends, her nephew doesn't want to sleep with her. Yeah, but these are women and children. Listen, I want her to be the bad guy, and I don't really have time to flesh out the justification. Would you like some time? You can have it. No. Dang it, okay. Anyway, so Grey Worm and the Unsullied start killing a bunch of people, and so do the Dothraki, who are now not dead. That's right, and Jaime's running around too, because after the Battle of Winterfell, he took off to see Cersei. Oh, was he going to kill her? Because that's a great way to wrap up his redemption arc. Oh no, he's going to be with her. Oh, he is? Yeah, he sleeps with Brienne, then leaves her crying and takes off to go be with his sister again. Oh, it kind of seemed like we had a whole redemption thing going for like 8 seasons. Oh yeah, we're gonna undo all that in like 3 scenes. He's even gonna be like, I never cared about innocent people. Oh my god. And then he and Cersei both get taken out by falling bricks. I mean, okay. And at the end of the episode, Arya sees a white horse and rides off on it. Oh, cool. People are gonna have a lot of theories about that. Yeah, and so at the beginning of the next episode, she's walking around in the rubble and she sees... Wait, what happened to the horse? Oh, we'll see what happened with that was that... Did you forget about the horse? I forgot about the horse. She forgot about the horse. It's a very forgettable horse. Okay. So anyway, then Tyrion's like, I'm pretty sure I don't want to be the hand of the queen anymore. Because of the child murders? Because of the child murders, that's right. So he gets put in a cell. Yeah, I guess that's treason. Exactly. So now all the pressure's on Jon Snow, you know? What's he gonna do? Oh yeah, what has Jon Snow been up to this whole time? Oh, well, I had a bunch of cool lines for him, but then I was messing around with the search and replace on my computer, and somehow all his lines changed to she's our queen. Really, all of his lines? Yeah, pretty much. I did go back and change a couple of them to I don't want it, but other than that, yeah, pretty much. Well, okay then. So anyway, then Jon goes to see Dany in front of the Iron Throne, and he, you know, stabs and kills her. Oh my god, just like that? Yeah, I mean, there's no time to draw this out at all. But there could be. But there's not. So then Drogon gets all pissed and burns the Iron Throne, then flies away with Dany's corpse. Wait, did he understand that the power of the throne corrupted her, or did he just get mad at the one pointy thing in the room? I don't know. Fair enough. So anyway, then a couple of weeks later, Jon's in jail. So he just walked out of the room and confessed to the murder? It certainly seems that way. So Grey Worm really wants him and Tyrion to see justice for betraying Dany. Okay. So Tyrion and Grey Worm go in front of the Council of Surviving Characters, and Tyrion decides that Bran should be king. Wait, the guy that's on trial decides that? Well, I mean, the council votes, but Tyrion really does run the show, yeah. And why does he think Bran should be king? Because who has a better story than Bran? I mean, arguably any other character. And shouldn't Jon become king since he's the rightful heir? No, he's...
Okay, a physicist guy who has terminal autism emailed me to let me know that the shoebox analogy that we use to describe quantum entanglement isn't necessarily 100% accurate, because you wouldn't actually have a left or right shoe in the box until measured. It would literally exist as a waveform that doesn't collapse into a singular entity until measured. Okay, guys? Then you would know what the other shoe is. All right? Just letting you guys know, in case you guys felt like I misrepresented that.
He's gonna be sentenced to go hang out with his friends up north. So that whole Aegon Targaryen thing was basically for nothing? Pretty much. Same for that Arya Faceless Man thing too, actually. Oh, subverting expectations is tight. Well, I wouldn't say that it was about subverting expectations. It's more that how do I say this, forgot about it. Oh, right. And so Sansa becomes the Queen of Winterfell and Arya takes off to explore. To explore what? Well, she wants to find out what's west of Westeros. Can't Bran just tell her that? Apparently not. Plus, he's gonna take off to go find Drogon. Oh, why? Because. Okay. And also now Bronn.
Testity, platonic relationship guy here. You will know this from Melina. What's your advice on what to do when you're talking and the other two people switch to another language you don't know? The "yeah, I totally agree with you" joke only works once. I don't know. That sounds rude as fuck.
Is the master of coin. Isn't he the worst possible person for that job? Well, he threatened Tyrion, but also he really likes coins. I guess that's qualifying. And so yeah, that's about it. Well, it sounds like a compilation of moments that can benefit from being spread over 20 episodes instead of 6. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, but keep in mind that I don't wanna. Right, sure seems that way. Besides, fans are automatically gonna love this. I mean, it's Game of Thrones. Hey guys, it's Ryan here. Hope you enjoyed that pitch.
Thanks, Ryan. Oh my god, the linkers are out of control today.
Give it up for the objectifying women band. A 1, a 2, a 3, maybe 3.5, a 6, a 4, a 3.5.
Stop. Stop. Alright, mute links are getting turned on. You guys lost your linking privileges. Okay, I'm ready to kill the boss. My shit is fully upgraded. Gear level 81, I'm pretty sure it's the highest gear level you can have. I have 100% Scholar blood, which I think is the best blood in the game. Faux cheesy. $83 is the high. Oh, never mind. 83 if you use that shitty brute blood, but no one cares about that. Oh, I should have kept. Whoops. West Coast or East Coast rap? I like Midwest rap. Yo. I think I need a holy thing to go kill the final boss. Name one Midwestern rapper. Malcolm X was known to rap in his days. Okay, why is it saying 3 holy... Oh, because there are holy resist potions in here. Nice. Base. Do you think I need fire resistance? Might as well bring everything. Huh. See the new Unk vid from 2 days ago? No. Did he make a new video? This lasts for like 30 minutes, right? Okay. Oh, about to first time this guy. Oh, about to end this guy's whole career. Ah. Solaris is the easiest of the three by far. Oh wait, is he? He's in the oh, he's right over there. Why? I don't know why she does this. It's just to fuck with me. I'm pretty sure it's just to fuck with me. What? I didn't say anything. Yeah, this game, is it worth playing as a single player game? You know what? I don't know actually. Is it a single player game? It seems like a game that'd be really fun with friends, but there's a lot of like busy work if you're single player. But traveling in this game sucks. It really sucks. But I think if you had like 3 or 4 people on your team, because you can carry back more shit and do stuff, so it's probably okay with friends. Oh, and you can get revived. All right. Solaris. Everybody screaming about horses is either a noob, they suck, or they're just dumb. I don't know. So horses don't really make this much faster, especially once you get to these western lands where people like fucking laser snipe you off horses and shit. Oh, well, well, well.
There are still some of you bastards. I'll slay your end is nigh.
Fuck this.
Your end is nigh.
What? This R move, I don't know if they like ever balance the game or whatever, but the poison shield thing is way, way, way overpowered. It's stupidly strong.
This is luminance.
It's not overpowered for PvP? Oh yeah, maybe not for PvP. Oh, 2 mobs, soy. Oh my god, I'm missing all of this.
This is luminance.
Oh, cool. He just regenerates half his life. Nice. Based. Is he just regenerating everything? I can't hit him in that, no. Wait, what? Did he just come back to life?
This is luminance.
Nice. Wait, is the fallen angel fighting him now? Is he helping me? I can't tell. It's helping it. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
This is luminance.
What a loser, dude.
I'm gone. This can't be happening.
I beat the game because I'm a god. Now the real question for Cake is, do we have a way to automatically link your DGG account so that you can join a server if you're a tier 4 sub? That's the real question. Oh, it's password only. Huh. Tier 4, so barely anybody's gonna play. I mean, the server's can only hold like 40 people. What do you mean? You can't have a server with like 200 people in it. Do 200 people even play this game total? I don't know. Full chat. That's not even pulling the YouTubers. Oh. Oh. According to chat, that's 60 people in the polls. Playing this game with my girlfriend who sucks at games and I regret it hardcore. Damn. That server is gonna be dead in a month. Wait, yeah, what do you think? I'm trying to run like a fucking 2-year V Rising server? It's a flavor of the month game, or it's a flavor of the week game. What do you mean?
You're stranded on an island with Lauren, Mr. Girl, Or Brittany for a year. Who are you choosing?
Didn't say Simon Says.
Whichever one is your mom. Got him. I figured it would last 3 or so months. What? Go make the blood key? I don't even know what the keys do in this game. I don't think I've made any of the keys. I thought the keys were just for raiding other people's castles. It's not actually a key, it's an amulet. Do you think you ethically moderated the mystical versus erudite debate? No, I was very unethical. Dude, Mr. Girl simps are insane. It's like, it's so weird because like right now, based on everything that's happened in my subreddit, I think the majority of my subreddit is currently against Mr. Girl. But the people that are in favor of Mr. Girl, there's like a disproportionate outlay of them that are like so fucking wacky. Like, holy shit. Not all Mr. Girl fans, but some of them are weird as fuck. Why? Once somebody, so in a PvP server, actually wait, firstly, what is in the middle here? What is the point of this area? Can you blow the rocks up and go there? Also, in PvP servers, only one of these souls is on the server at any point in time, I think too, right? Or one of each of the souls, so you have to raid somebody to, it's for future content, gotcha. Morb is in there, nice. What the hell?
If you want to cause trouble, you're going to have to get through me. I feel a chill.
Cool, me too. Fucking loser. Hold on, I need to go plant my soul. You talked to Mr. Girl in like 2018. Do you think you'd be friends with him or just dunked on him? I have no idea. Oh, true. We're open to play League now. I didn't even think of that. Knowing Mood is a higher rank than you. Good question. Do we need to change that? Wait, did Moody stream today? What has he been doing? Is he still streaming in a fucking closet? What the fuck? Why would Vouch say this? Oh! Oh, fuck. Old meme. Not the good meme. You should do a no-death Elder Ring run. Yeah, should we? 10 vigor, no death. increases stun resistance by 50. Primary melee attacks. Wow, cool. Blood key. Oh, 27 gear level. Is this even better than the... I guess you get 3 more gear levels, but... No attack speed, no life leech. Have you read the comments under the Mr. Girl debate video? They're insane. Ooh, insane how? Link me. 300 gem dust, 21 dark silver ingots. Do you think games like this should just have NPC servants that sort all your boxes and craft for you? Sorting all your boxes would be fucking based. Holy shit. Oh, true. We didn't play that song today. Let me get a Red Bull. One second.
Bitch, why you acting sus? Why you acting sus? Why you acting sus now? Stupid little bitch. Why you acting like imposter? Why you acting like a monster? I'm venting out this bitch. I'm flipping out the sweatshirt. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Why you acting hella sus? Yeah. Why you acting hella sus? Bitch. Why you acting hella sus? Yeah. 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 Why you acting kinda sus now? Bitch. Bitch, why you acting sus?
You know, you liberals, I'm getting sick of you, so I'll give you what you want. Euro cock. 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 Euro cock.
Have you seen the Authentic Observer's video response to Bosch? I was surprised how eloquently she destroyed him. It's a good watch.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Yeah? Why? Why you acted sus? Any sussies in chat? Hold on. My final piece of gear, guys. Oh my god. Look, I've got everything. I have 100% of this game. Look, there it goes. 12 minutes. Destiny, do it, grip. What? Is that a pussy reference? Trying to play Among Us with your orbiters? No.
Then new autism game before you play League and I and our relationship. Shut up.
Chivalry 2. Is there not a trailer? Am I... Oh. Haven't I played a game like this before or something? There's a whole bunch of games that are all like the same in my brain.
Obama.
I don't know, don't care. Alright. Can you react to Diablo 4?
Diablo 4 is the next generation of action RPG, melding monster slaying and loot collecting with a fully realized open world.
God, why is everybody obsessed with this open world shit?
It's not for the faint of heart. It's gory and unnerving. It's creepy.
Diablo 4 is all about player choice.
It takes all of the pillars of a Diablo game and just expands them with all of the new features that people really love and appreciate in modern games. Whoever you see yourself being, you can create in Diablo 4.
It's important to include robust character customization because then I can play the fantasy that I want to play.
Does anybody actually care about that? Do people really care about having design? Is that... I don't know. Maybe some people do, I guess. Maybe I'm autistic.
It allows you to switch around your playstyle as well.
Keep hating your life then, working class
Dan
Andy.
gave the wrong link earlier. The game title is Captain of Industry.
Cool. Like this guy right here spent 3 hours customizing like the cheekbone height on his character. This guy right here in the middle of the screen. Like, okay. Cool. This person right here probably spent like 4 hours like picking the tattoos on their fucking chests. Wow. Nice, cool. I'm really immersed right now. Like,
One of the really cool things about having an open world is your journey that you take throughout Diablo 4 is your own. There's no linear path that you have to follow.
We've got almost 150 dungeons in the game.
There's all kinds of surprises as you're exploring.
Strongholds are an enemy territory that you need to reclaim.
You might have a space that begins as a hostile area, but after you've cleared it out,
The evil in this place has been cleansed.
it now becomes a friendly town.
Sometimes it's a new town, sometimes it's a new dungeon.
Destiny, you need to
There's
play
a whole
Hollow Knight
bunch
if
of
you
rewards
haven't.
that you get.
It's excellent.
yeah, I've already
Sequel
beaten
comes
it.
out next year.
Yeah, I've beaten the whole game, okay? Where do you mine the iron at? Show me.
And you have a real impact on the world as a result.
No, you can't leave us here. They might come back any moment.
Local events are really cool little story segments that happen within the open world.
You'll just be running through the world and then a local event will pop up and you can choose to participate in it or get a group together and just wail on these like giant world bosses.
Oh my god, world bosses from WoW? This is gonna be the WoW
These are
killer.
events
Merca
that
told
take
me.
a lot of people and you really have to work together.
Being able to see all the players on your screen, collaborating, trying to take this big monster down, it's epic.
Didn't say Simon Says.
It's so easy to create a community. It makes Diablo more of a social experience.
Wait, hold on. Are you actually brain dead? Destiny, that government decision on Alfie Evans not being allowed to leave UK for experimental brain treatment was totally based. His brain was mush anyway, am I right? His parents should just stand by and watch him die. His brain wasn't mush. It was 98% water or something. The kid had like insane, was it encephalitis? Is that what they call it? Like the dude's brain was non-existent. He was fucking dead. He was long since dead. The UK government, I don't think, wanted to sanction a dead kid being flown around the fucking world for people to poke and prod at like the 2% of the brain matter that was left at his skull. I don't know why I'm saying encephalitis. It might not have been. I don't know why I'm saying that.
We've got fully enabled crossplay.
If you have an Xbox and your buddy has a PC, you're going to be able to group up.
Or you could play couch co-op. 2 people on a couch can sit there and have a great experience.
We've created specific zones where players can engage in PvP.
If you go there, you can start swinging away at people.
Wow.
But you're also opening yourself up to being swung at.
If you're like really, really good, the game actually marks you as like a champion on the map. You basically become a loot pinata and everyone wants to chase you down.
The last story mission is really the beginning of a whole different part of the journey.
Now you're set up for the end game, and that end game is rich with things to do that allow you to get more and more powerful.
Whether it's new items or new dungeons or new Paragon boards, every single time you come back to play Diablo 4, there's going to be new stuff for you to experience.
And it's something that we're going to support for years to come.
I'm really excited for folks to get their hands on Diablo 4.
Just to see millions of people really enjoying the different options.
Through the campaign,
local events,
couch co-op,
endgame,
PvP, it almost doesn't end.
And we are so close.
Wow. Oh my god. I'm having a soy attack. Oh. Okay, what are the server settings I need to tell you / configure for the V Rising server ? There are a lot. The most insane account on TikTok.
Second in the street in this video.
Okay, I pull up, hop out at the after party.
On Google Maps. Immediately, with the right-hand driving, this architecture, and these street signs, I knew we were going to be in the States. From there, knowing we had these palm trees, I was able to narrow it down to these 5 states. From there, I used this split-second frame that showed a front plate on this car, and assuming it's local, I was able to rule out Arizona and New Mexico, as they don't require front plates. I then scanned through hundreds of license plates, trying to find one that lines up with this front plate, where I eventually matched this Nevada plate. Though the image was so pixelated, I wasn't very confident, but with no other match, I presumed it was right. From there, using the shadow on this sign, I now knew the road was going from east to west, where I then used this bus stop and started searching through bus routes on east to west roads in urban Nevada, where I eventually found the exact street. The video was filmed here on West Warm Springs Road in Henderson, Nevada. confirming it was filmed here, matching these cars in this driveway. In the street in this video.
Okay, I pull up.
But blindfolded.
Here we have some interesting trekker. We're inside like a stadium, so I'm gonna move around here. We have some white.
Christ. New Unkle vid. God damn it. How to quit a job. What these other videos won't tell you.
Just wanted to confirm if you got to hear my earlier super chat. What timing for me to donate.
Just want to confirm you got to hear my earlier super chat. Have you seen the Authentic Observer's video response to Vosh? I'm surprised how eloquently she destroyed it. Oh, I mean, I've seen people like talk about it. I've seen it. Like, I don't want to watch an hour response video of Vosh. I think I can make hour response videos, but watching other people's hour response videos to Vosh is starting to get a little bit too, a little bit too obsessed. Also, at Destiny, I don't want the government to stand between me and my kid, and my doctor told me that I can't try some experimental treatment on my kid for an only recently discovered gender dysphoria where we permanently damage their bodies and minds so that one day we can chop up their genital space. So the issue is that my understanding in the United Kingdom case was that at some point the government will step in if you're literally like torturing a child, right? Like, you don't have the right to unilaterally just say, I'm going to, you know, do whatever I want to destroy my child's life and blah, 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 blah. If it was the case that, like, gender dysphoria wasn't recognized as a real thing, or that, like, HRT and all these things weren't recognized as real treatments, then I would agree with you. But the problem is they are. My understanding is that people, multiple doctors, looked at MRIs of this kid's brain, and every single part of the brain that was like responsible for every single sense was basically eroded into nothingness. It was all like cerebral spinal fluid and water. I think that was like all that was left in his brain. And literally the only possible thing that that brain could produce were seizures. But the problem is when the parents are looking at the child, I mean, it looks like a normal, healthy baby, and some of the bodily functions I think were still working. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure you can chop out like 85% of a kid's brain, and as long, or of anybody's brain, I think your brain, as long as your brain stem is there, I think that'll keep most of your basic functions going. I don't know if that's a real model or if I read that. Like the brain stem, midbrain, front brain is like varying in levels of complexity for interactions or for whatever your body works as. But as long as your brain stem and everything's still there, like your body will breathe and you'll like maintain some level of homeostasis, you'll be okay. So like the child could kind of sort of breathe, although I think they even had to give the kid like mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and shit a few times. Like this kid's brain was fucked. I don't know if they ever released pictures of the kid's MRI or they don't step in to torture your kid. They step in because the kid is going to end up in an ER costing more in the end if they're in the UK. No. In the UK, they wanted to fly this kid to Italy for, I don't even know what they were going to do in Italy. There was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could do with this kid. Like he was super dead. They wanted to put the brain in a freezer and make it solid again. Nice. Oh my god. Hold on, wait. Let me put my thing on. Wow. Why am I bloody on the sides? Is it because I'm based? Do I get like a buff or am I just looking bloody? The NHS would have been charged for payments to treat the child in Italy? Oh, is that true? Oh, well, that makes it even more dumb. Oh. Okay. I'm done with this world, I think. Gear level 84. I can probably get to 85 or 86 with that brute blood, but I don't care. I have everything. I think we've... Oh, I don't technically have all the blueprints, but who cares? Good! We did it. Okay, we're gonna review Unkle, How to Quit Your Job. Now try to apply this logic to retarded parents putting their kids on hormone blockers. Damn, son. But the difference is that hormone blockers have more recognition in the scientific community than turning a kid's watered brain back into a normal brain. Do you understand the difference?
Oh, you're not happy with your job? You found a better job? You're wondering how to quit your current job? Maybe you're miserable at the job. You searched how to quit your job.
What are these lights that he has on? This is wild. And his glasses.
Let's talk about it in this video.
Unkle Adams.
Unkle Adams. Hey guys, it's Unkle Adams here, and according to my keyword software, roughly 85,000 people per month are searching the words, how to quit your job. First and foremost, I want to say that I'm kind of disappointed with the other videos that pop up on YouTube when you search how to quit your job, because pretty much everyone is saying to give notice and this and that. Okay, yeah, and that's fine, but here's something I want to say right off the bat.
Okay.
If your mental and or physical health is being jeopardized, you might have to walk out of that bitch right now, okay? Everybody says, give the 2 weeks and get them on your resume and blah, 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 and yeah, okay. But, guys, you have to show the employer the same respect that the employer is showing you. If they're treating you like garbage, if other employees are harassing you, if the work is dangerous, if your mental health is jeopardized, don't be afraid to quit the job on the spot and walk out. I have done this.
There is no good research on transgender kids. I'm sorry, co-parter. There's more research on transgender kids than there are turning watered brains back into normal brains, my dude, but nice try.
Many times. I've also left other jobs and given notice.
Wait, how many?
On the spot and walk out. I have done this many times. I've also left other jobs and given notice because they treated me with respect. I was there for a fair amount of time. I wanted to put them down on my resume. So I've done both, you guys, okay? But it's very important that you look out for yourself, okay? Everybody talks about the employers and blah, 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 but I'm here for you, honest to God.
Base. Thank you.
Those who don't know me, okay, I'm a rapper. I do internet stuff. I trade stocks, real estate, so on and so forth. With that said, I do...
He might as well have just thrown crypto and NFTs in there. Why wouldn't you? You should have just added it in.
Go in and out of heavy equipment operating jobs. I'll do a 1 month term, a couple month term, and then go back to doing my other stuff, my Unkle Adams stuff. YouTube, for example, what I'm doing right now. And the reason I'm making this video, or at least part of it, is because this happened to me just last week. I was doing a heavy equipment operating job. Things were seemingly going well until one guy decided he was going to ride me on the radio for half of the day, belittle me, bully me. I stopped for my break and he gets on the radio. We don't have time for breaks. You know, we got to get this haul, blah, 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 blah. Making fun of me. And I'll be honest with you guys. I pressed the radio button and I said these exact words. Someone else can take this fucking truck. I'm out of here. I drove the truck, I parked it, and I left the site and I never looked back. Why?
Damn.
Because my mental health.
Unk boss moment. Hashtag Unk boss. Oh my God.
Is more important than an hourly wage, okay? So I'm not saying do this all the time, but there are times when you have to do this. I've also worked other jobs where I left on good terms. I gave them notice. I used them as references on my resume and so forth, okay? But you guys, you need to have a backbone in this world, or else people will walk all over you. Not everybody, but I find that a lot of people will try to walk on you, and it's really up to you how much you tolerate, okay? So if you are in a really dire situation and you're being harassed at work, you're being mistreated at work, it's bothering you at night, you dread going into the job, you literally hate it, it's like hell, then don't be afraid to just quit and walk out of that job. You won't be the first and you won't be the last. It takes courage, but you can do it, okay? You can always get another job. What I'm going to say next might offend some people, and that's...
Oh, shit, he's about to drop some big truth bombs. Big truth bombs incoming. You guys ready for this one? Here we go.
Okay, but it's the truth. It doesn't take any courage to have a job, okay? Now, why am I saying that? Well, everybody goes to school, and then everybody gets a job. Okay, so you're just doing what everybody else is doing. No offense, but just keep that in mind. It's not some amazing thing to have a job. Everybody can get a job pretty much. It's quite easy. But to try to find a way outside of that, to read books, to acquire assets, to look into real estate, to look into stocks, to look into passive income, online courses, YouTube channels.
He's like, this is like the archetypical like victim of quote unquote hustle culture. That President Sunday guy DM'd me this morning on Twitter. He said, "Can I level with you?" ? And then I responded, "Always, babe." And then he said, "I feel really bad for you." And I said, "LOL, why is that?" And then he hasn't responded to me for 4 hours. Should I be worried? Is he about to kill me?
Channels, cryptocurrency, NFTs, and more. That takes creative thinking and is outside of the box, outside of the typical get a job. That's all people think. Get a job. Get a job. How much are you making? 20?
Did you get your shotgun yet? No! It's 12 days. I should have it soon, right?
25? Okay, now you're making 26. Now you're making more money. What you don't realize is that earned income is the highest taxed income there is. And the rich don't do that. I've read about this.
Not that I disagree, but could you further explain why it's a bad thing, the sort of hustle stuff he's saying? Yeah, so here's the issue. People when they talk about like hustle culture and they talk about side incomes and they talk about revenue streams, the way that it's presented is that oftentimes you can just have like all these huge income streams from all of these different side hustles you do. Like, oh, what's my income? I make about $3,000 a month off real estate, about $2,500 a month off of stocks, about $4,000 a month off affiliates to my Instagram stuff, and I make about, $2,000 or $3,000 a month on like odd jobs based on what's good. Like, people will say shit like this. But the reality is that if you want to build passive income on these side revenue streams, it's going to be competitive with other people trying to do it, and it's going to require like full-time commitment. It's not going to be some shit you can do for 20 minutes a day. And oftentimes, the most unfortunate part that none of these losers ever talk about, I shouldn't call Uncle loser, sorry, we love Unc. The unfortunate part is that it often requires a specialized skill set that has been honed over a matter of years. That might be through formal education, or it might be through your own practice and dedication. To do any of these revenue streams, if you want to do real estate, quote unquote, do real estate, we're not talking about just like investing in a REIT or whatever. I don't know how people say that out loud, but one, you're gonna need a big capital up front. You're gonna need some money to put down on a house. Two, you're gonna need to like either know how to run that shit, or you're gonna pay a property manager to do it. Three, you're probably gonna need to have some idea of like, what do I want to buy? How do I get involved in this or whatever? So like there's gonna be a floor for skills. Real estate is probably one of the easier things to get in, but still difficult. If we're talking real estate, if you want to do a side hustle where you're doing like affiliate link marketing, right? You need to have a big social media platform. If you've got, 200 followers on your Instagram, you're not about to be pulling in 4 figures a week on affiliate marketing, right? That's shit that even if I would have tried to do, well, no, I could do it, but obviously I'm huge. Like you need to have a large social media platform if you want to start building stuff like that. And if you don't have anything and you're like, oh, you just build it with affiliate links, as people always talk about for social media, it's not going to work. Nobody wants to follow your Instagram where you're just like spamming affiliate links all day. You're going to make $2 a month, maybe. What are the other side hustles? Stocks and crypto, you're not going to do that. if you're asking about it, if you're questioning about it, if you don't, you're not. I'm telling you now, you're not. There are, of the people listening to me right now, 100% of the people listening to me right now, 1% are making money. Maybe, probably not actually. Maybe 0.1% who've been doing it their whole lives or who are specialized. 85% know that I'm absolutely correct when I'm saying because they've lost money doing it. And then 15% think that I'm wrong because they've only been doing it for like 2 months and they've made like 3 or 4 good trades. And they think that that's going to keep up. But it's not. You're going to lose your money and then you're going to join the other 85%. If you have any questions about stocks, crypto, whatever, you're not going to make money there. You're just not. Just imagine how many other people you're competing against and you think you're going to be the one that makes money. That's not how you're not going to do it. What is the other side hustle that people always bring up? Yeah, I don't know, like books. He says read books and do all that shit. Like, I mean, you can do general life enrichment, but you're not going to turn that into money out of nowhere, you know? If you want to be like if you want to have the most realistic view of the world, he talks about this in terms of like respect too. Like, you can view a lot of things through the lens of supply and demand, right? If you really want to earn respect, or if you really want to be important, or you want to make money, you have to make yourself an asset, right? I can provide you with something that you need more than I need to give it to you, right? There's 10 buyers for what I have to sell, and I'm the only seller, right? This is why I like when he talks about, oh, I walked out of my job at a construction company. That's great, Unc, but there's 1,000 other guys that'll jump in that truck that you were working the next day. They don't have to respect you. They don't care about you. They don't need you. You can throw whatever temper tantrum you want and walk the fuck out, but you know, there's a million other people that can do that job. This is why those people don't tend to get paid that much. Even if they do require some training, even if, you know, it's hard work, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, like, if you can develop a skill set where you make yourself an asset to somebody and, like, it's hopefully a profitable skill set. So, like, computer engineering, like, programming stuff, medical stuff is really hot right now. Those are the two, like, I think those are the two hottest job markets. It's like tech and medicine, I think, are super huge. But obviously, both of these require a ton of training. I don't know. I mean, there's other skills you can get trained in, depending on. But, like, yeah, that's... The side hustle shit is always presented as like, oh, it's going to be so easy to build out like 1 million different revenue streams and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, it's not easy. This is incredibly difficult. Some people will spend their entire life trying to build one of these as a revenue stream. But, yeah, whatever.
And I know a lot of people will say, oh...
Does it mean pharmacology? No, like, I'm pretty sure there's like a huge demand across all of medicine for everybody. People working at pharmacies, people that are doctors, people that are nurses, I think the whole medical world like has needed people even before the pandemic. Like the whole medical world was like dying for more workers. But yeah,
taxed income there is, and the rich don't do that. I've read about this, and I know a lot of people.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Earned income is the highest taxed income there is. And the rich don't do that. I've read about this, and I know a lot of people will say, oh, Uncle Adams, you owe $70,000, blah, 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 blah. You can't hold a job, blah, 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 blah. People will say that kind of stuff in the comments, but what I'll say is this. I can hold a job. And believe me, it doesn't take courage to just let people abuse you, abuse your body, and basically make money for it.
This makes sense. I have a friend who always talks about owning land, owning real estate, crypto. He hasn't made a dime doing any of it. Yeah, it kind of sucks, and not to get down on people, but like it's the same in a lot of big cities. I notice it happens in Miami, listening to Melina's friends and shit talk. Anytime I hear somebody talk about like, oh yeah, like I'm big in crypto, like, and I don't do this, but you can tell by listening to talk like you haven't made any money doing this. When people say they're in the funny thing is that for most of these people, I say funny, it's kind of sad actually. For most of these people, their side hustles are just actually cash drains. Like their side hustles are things that they're dumping a ton of money into that they're not ever actually making money out of. Like they're buying crypto, they lose it all every time their shit coin goes to zero. Every time the market crashes, they sell all their shit because they're panic selling, because they're trading every single day, usually with money they can't afford to lose. Anybody that you walk by who says shit like, oh yeah, like I'm in crypto and shit. It's like, oh yeah, how much money have you made over what time frame? Right? Yeah, no, they haven't made shit. And the bad thing is they probably don't even track it. So they're only remembering, well, I had like 3 really sick trades with like this shit coin. And you know, I bought and sold Twitter, over a week and I made like, 20% gains on like my $100. It's like, okay, what are you doing, dude? Passive investing is largely the best form of investing for average individuals. One of the main things we got taught when we go to IB, so very people will succeed in stock market. Yeah, of course. Especially at the very least, if you want to go hard, your best side hustle passive income stream is IRAs. At least max your IRA before you do any dumb shit,
For a company, well, you're just kind of a little worker ant, okay? I can hold that. I just choose not to tolerate that. I will do it for certain times. There's a certain time and place for it. I'll take that earned income if the respectable workplace is there, and I will turn that income into passive income, into assets, and so on and so forth. But this video is about quitting your job. I just wanted to touch on that, okay? So keep in mind, guys, if you do quit your job, if you've had enough and you walk out today, you can always get another job. And believe me, companies are going to hate this video, but the company doesn't care about you that much, okay? The HR department, human resources, is there to protect the company and not you. Remember that. They will look into incidents, they'll act like they're there for you, but ultimately, who pays them? The company, right? They are on the payroll of the company, and they have the best interests of the company in mind, all right? So, you can always get another job, and don't forget, guys, these companies would replace you in a split second, lay you off and or fire you in a split second if the work dried up, okay? It's business. It's about money. If they have a lot of work on the go, they'll keep you around. If that work dries up, example, COVID-19 pandemic, look how many people got laid off, fired, let go, whatever you want to call it. And that's just the stark reality of it, is they don't have your back as much as you think. They are a business. They want to make money.
People like this are just too pussy to work their real job while they pursue their passion. Well, the problem is that, like, there's actually a really interesting video. It's kind of hard on Ankh, but I think it analyzes, like, the ideas behind this idea in, I don't even want to say, it's not even capitalism or consumerism. It's something more than that. This idea that we're selling to people that everybody can be a rich and famous celebrity, and if you're not, you're a fucking loser. Like, Ankh's mind, that took hold, and that took hold really deep. He got incepted by that seed, and it's taken over his entire mind. So what he's really saying, he's kind of saying it, actually, he's kind of just saying it. But like what he's saying is, like, normal work is for losers. I don't want to be a loser, okay? I'm above that. I don't need to do that, right? I think that's like what has been incepted into it. It might be a cuck philosophy video, is it? Maybe.
Money, and you are a tool to help them make more money. Remember that. You are an incredible asset to a business, because the amount that you will make the company far out exceeds what they pay you. And that's how employees work. That's how businesses work, okay? So don't forget that. Don't forget your role in all of this. You are important. You are an asset to that company. And if they're not treating you with respect and dignity, don't be afraid to walk out and find a different job, or start exploring other avenues, reading books, Think and Grow Rich, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, The Cash Flow Quadrant, and many others, okay? So
Cash Flow Quadrant. The thing is like, I feel like people like this, I feel like people like Ankh will literally, they'll read all the books that tell them about how to be great, but they don't actually read any of the books they would need to in order to be great. Like, does that make sense? Like he'll read 100 books saying, like, you need to read books about investing, but he'll never actually read a book on investing, you know? He'll just, like, read all the books telling him that he needs to read the books. There's, like, I think there's a whole cycle that you can get sucked into. It's like a new form of multi-level marketing. It's like the self-help cycle, where there are these guys that sell you all the self-help books, and you have all, like, all the things you need to do, and you know about, and you talk about them all the time. It's like the people that do, like, the gym, not metagaming, like the gym, like the perfect workout craft or whatever, that never actually go to the gym, but you spend like years like crafting the perfect fucking workout regimen or whatever. And it's like, bro, you have to do something. And yeah, that's what it feels like for a lot of like the self-help secret guys.
So honestly, guys, remember, put yourself first, never mind the business. If they're treating you well, yeah, okay, give them notice. But if you are living a night...
Wait, so I don't feel like we ever learned how to quit a job. Did he ever tell us? Is it just quit?
Nightmare, if you're in a living hell, don't be afraid to walk out of that job, all right? Take care of yourself. Take care of your physical and mental health. Until the next video, I'm Unkle Adams. Thanks for watching. Bye, guys.
Destiny, yeah, but you've also told us that if we end up in the same socioeconomic status we were born into, we've accomplished nothing, LeMayo. What's the difference? Please no ban, I love you, buddy. That conversation was that if you're a middle-class person who stays middle-class your whole life, you haven't, like, elevated your class. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. The issue that I have is that middle-class people that are born middle-class and stay middle-class will look down at lower-class people who are born middle-class and stay lower-class and then judge those people. That was the context of that conversation. If you're born middle-class, you stay middle-class, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it's when middle-class people are born middle-class and stay middle-class, and then they look at lower-class people who are born lower-class and stay lower-class, like, oh, well, why didn't you do something with yourself? Like, well, wait, what the fuck did you do with yourself? Why aren't you rich? Something I've gotten obsessed with lately. Oh, we're the 3 musicians in chat. I'm sorry, this, like, reminds me of mixing up, finding, like, chords that have a lot of overlap with different sharps and flats chromatically is really cool. We're getting close to the composition of challenge, I swear to God. Like, A major to F. There's like a lot of movements like this that are really cool that have like and then also just like E flat should go to A flat, but E flat to like A, even like that. There's so many. Oof, we're getting close to that composition. It's gonna be out here within right after the manifesto drops, guys. It's coming, okay? It's gonna be there. What are we doing? What is your favorite bottled water? Everybody gets triggered as fuck at me for saying this, but honestly, God, like, all water tastes the same to me. I super don't give a fuck about any water. People are like, I can't drink tap water. I don't care. It's all bullshit. I think it all tastes the same. I don't give a fuck. Look up common tone, tonality, or mediant relationships, and that's exactly how to sound. Mediant, the mediant is the 3. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know what... Oh, common tone, tonality. Probably means common tone between chords. I know that you can move in thirds, and it always like works out nicely because there's so much overlap. I think there's like a whole chord progression. Like if I do like G minor to E flat major 7, this has the whole G minor chord in it, to C, and then you can go back, walk it back up. You can literally sit on this. You can sit on this G chord the whole time. There's like there's a name for this. I don't know if there's a name for it, but this is like it's like the easiest like hype music. You can make a lot of hype music by doing ostinatos in the right hand and just like moving your left hand a little bit. Bum bum. What's the name of that one? Fuck. There's like that adagio in D or some shit. I don't even know how it goes, but you can do like. Like add drums and then you build and you add strings and blah blah blah, and you can make like any fucking hype song that you want off of like that like type of pattern basically. Right hand ostinato, left hand moves in either thirds, or you might be able to move in whole half.
Stephen, Uncle Adams was right. The $320 a week I make from my part-time fast food job is enriching all my revenue streams. I have $37 in crypto. It's going to the moon. I have an affiliate marketing Insta. Would you like to affiliate with me?
Yeah.
Keep hating your life then,
no,
working class Andy.
There's John Murphy has like a song that he uses, and like I don't know how this guy gets away
Do
with
you
it.
have a favorite scale mode to compose in?
Lydian.
Didn't say Simon
He
Says.
uses like the same song in like 5 different movies, I think. Because this song is in Kick-Ass and it's in 28 Days Later, and I think he uses it in other movies too. Is this actually the same chord progression? Maybe I lied completely about everything. So D minor. Is it G next? Oh, yeah, hold on. So D. it's not. It's something different. Where the song sampled in so many shitty underground rap songs? It's a pretty popular song. Oh, he goes up to F, I think. Or is 7. It's close enough. Not really, actually, but fuck, I don't care. Alrighty, slurp for hamster. The song is so good it builds indefinitely. Well, there's a whole genre of music called post-rock that'll do that shit forever for you, okay? If that's what you're looking for. Yo, is this you? Destiny group chat on Twitter is arguing about it. They're also saying this looks like you. Okay, I do not think I look like Edward.
If you actually release the Bosch Manifesto outright and publish a cookbook with all of your horrible food takes at no cost.
Nice. Oh, holy shit. Wait, hold on 1 second. Ooh, okay. This guy, however, I don't know if it's because it was a lower resolution. This one looks exactly like me. What the fuck? That might actually be me. I'm not actually sure. That's where I'm at every morning, guys. I'm holding down my full-time, my part-time actually, before I come moonlight as a streamer. I sent you a rising. Okay, stop! I have to record 2 videos. Okay. Tulsi Gabbard is going to the thing. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay. YouTube, 60-second insert, social media post. Mine's isn't some weird crypto scam shit, is it? I hope it's not. Well, if it is, I'm promoting it, baby! Baby! Here we go, guys. Okay. What is this? Ooh-wee. What are you guys doing? Stop looking at this. Has Destiny watched the Mr. Girl documentary? No, but I've watched Your Mom. Fuck me. Ha ha ha! Woo yeah. Woo the fuck yeah. Okay, properties 1-1. Turn this off. Mute TTS. Okay. Let's go, guys. 60-second insertion order. Okay. How's our... Bring our hair up. No, hold on. There we go. Boys. Look, you can't even see my... Is it... Oh, shit. Over here. That's my bad side. Watch, watch, watch. Wait, that's the worst side. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm already recording. Okay. Let's go, guys. Okay, August. 60-second insert for Mines. Take 1. Cut. Go. Action. Hey guys, did you know that the Minds Festival Ideas is bringing diverse thinkers together in real life at the Beacon Theater in New York City on June 25th to elevate global discourse and have conversations about controversial topics of these times? Wow. The goal of this event... Wait, why do I have chat on the screen? I can't have chat on the screen when I do this. Fuck! I'm so bad at doing this shit. I hate ad reads. I can't do it. Okay. Try again. Fix your hair? My hair is fixed. I like it like this, okay? It makes me look intense, all right? It makes me look like I've got a headband on, like I'm about to go jog 3.1 miles, okay? Let's do our 5Ks, guys, okay? Okay. Look, now I look like a fucking hobo. What is happening? Okay. Good enough. Okay. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay. Pretend I'm wearing jeans, okay? All right. August. 60-second insert. Minds promo. Take 2. Action. My mic was too low. Hold on. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I fucked it up. Hold on. My mic was too low. I need to bring it up a little more, okay? No dust on my microphone. Okay. All right. August. 60-second ad insert for Minds. Take 3. Action. Hello, guys. Did you know that the Minds Festival Ideas is bringing diverse thinkers together in real life at the Beacon Theater in New York City on June 25th in order to elevate global discourse and have conversations about the controversial topics of these times? The goal of this event is to create a space to engage honestly with others in open dialogue surrounding divisive ideas in the hopes of bridging the current divide to create a path to a healthier discourse and to reduce extremism. Minds.com is also an open source and decentralized social network focused on free expression, privacy, transparency, and monetization. Wow. They wrote their own paper with a team of PhDs outlining their online and offline strategy for dialogue and analyzing the empirical research on how censorship can actually increase radicalization through social isolation, which I'm sure is going to be linked below this video. I'll also have links for you guys to buy tickets. I think you can buy normal tickets. I think you can buy VIP tickets. And I think the live stream is selling tickets. I will be doing an event there where I'm going to be doing an hour stream on a roof in a hotel. That's all I can say. I might even have Tulsi Gabbard on stream. Oh my God, maybe, but don't quote me on that. But I'll be able to talk to other streamers while I'm streaming on the rooftop before the event. I will be in New York City for this event the night before and that night. I think I'm doing, I believe I'll be there for the VIP stuff as well, but I don't know 100% on how that's going to roll out. But I believe that is on the 25th. So check the links below. Buy tickets. I will see you there in New York City. Okay. Have fun. Boom. Okay. Good enough. All right. Okay. On stream right now, I just did a 60-second-ish, probably longer, ad for the Minds event I'm doing in New York City. Oh, I should have listed some of the names. Maybe August can add some. put chat on screen. Hold on. Concerning the hustle culture stuff, you're right. I've been doing freelance writing for years and still basically just make a couple hundred a month, mostly just because the grind is good and I have fun doing it. Yeah, people are super mindfuck. It's like hustle culture is the new like Avon for men, basically. If you know what Avon is, you know what I'm talking about. Also, real quick, I'm linking in chat if you guys want to see. These are the tickets that are being sold for this event. I'm almost Tim Pool is going to be there. A couple other big names will be there. I'm pretty sure Tulsi Gabbard is going to be there. I linked in DGG chat. And I will link in YouTube chat. There you go. Okay, boom, boom. Then there's this. How many emails do you have? Right now, I have one email. I did everything yesterday. Okay, so I did this for August. Okay. 610. If you know the search, they like to make a new pre-roll videos. You have a special June offer, which is you get antivirus free with my code. Oh my God, we've got to redo the Surfshark one. Fuck. All right, guys. Chat is off. Surfshark VPN. How do they keep renewing with me, guys? I don't know how. But they're based. Surfshark is awesome, guys. Yes. Okay, I don't remember all the talking points, so hopefully I hit them. Okay, we're gonna do one more, guys. Okay, let's go. When is the Starlink sponsorship? I submitted everything yesterday, I think, so we'll see what happens. Okay. Here we go. August, redoing the Surfshark advertisement. Take 1. Action. Hello. I know what you're thinking. Destiny. I need a VPN. And guess what? I have one of the largest VPN providers in the world here, ready to cut you in on an amazing deal. They're called Surfshark VPN. Check out surfshark.deals/destiny. Use my promo code. Not only are you going to save a bunch of money, not only are you going to get it free for 3 months, you're also going to get their free antivirus program. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure they've got like a browser. You can sign into their VPN. You can check out all your favorite TV shows, all your favorite movies, Hulu, Netflix, HBO, from all over the world, from out of this world. Keep your internet traffic private from that pesky McDonald's Wi-Fi that you log into when you get off work every night and you're eating your food. Check it out. Surfshark.deals/destiny. Sign up now. Free antivirus. Few months free. Major discount. Check it out. Boom. Okay. All right. And just redid a Surfshark thing. They need more about their free antivirus in their ad. Need this video ASAP, but can be after the next one with the mines insert. Okay, okay. Surfshark doesn't work for other countries anymore? Wait, really? No shot. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. A personal bio for YC. I should have a personal bio. What do I want to write? How long are they looking for? How long are you looking for? Here, so Stephen Bonnell is one of the original streamer. I don't know how to write a thing for myself. What do I include? Should I be Mr. Bonnell? Copy and paste the wiki. Wikipedia. Oh my god. Oh, based, actually. Stephen Bonnell, known online as Destiny, is an American political commentator, best known across YouTube and Twitch for his political debates. He's been engaged in political discourse. He has been heavily engaged. He's been heavily engaged in political discourse since 2016. And today strives to bridge divides between different groups of political thought, between different groups of political thinkers, between different groups of political people, between different groups of people. How about that? Sure, why not? That Mr. Girl call that we listened to, apparently she just DM'd me. I didn't realize this. It's like kind of an old friend of mine. Now she wants to go over the call because she's worried she got steamrolled. We might listen to this. I'm curious now. Okay. If you want/need more than that, just let me know. Oh, I should put this in italics, so it looks like I'm... Wait, I need Stephen Bonnell the second. Shit. True. Boom! 0 emails. Boom. Boom. Okay, Felk told me... Set the V Rising server to full loot. It'll give all the standard hardcore settings so Kick doesn't need to ask you. 2 things though. If you want to be a chaotic hellhole, leave bloodbound equipment off. If you want it to just be a hellhole, turn it on. Leaving it off means that all your loot drops on death. Oh, probably shouldn't do that, right? People would get fucking ass mad as fuck. Oh, sorry. Here you go. Full loot is way more fun. You want the thing I asked you on Discord to get the server access. Wait. I can put TeamViewer on the server. It's a Windows VM and you can meme in it. Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck is all this shit? Cake sent me a config. Do you want to adjust these settings? And then I can just shoot him over the TXT. Maybe leave full loot, or wait, maybe leave Bloodbone EQ on so people don't rage quit as soon as they die, question mark? Okay, Falk Lameo is in charge of this. It has been delegated. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Mr. Girl, 20 minutes. She calls. Oh, wait, actually, let me read this article first. This has been up for like days. Let me just read this. It's not that long. Yeah, it's pretty long. Let's read it. What is happening? Jesus. Holy shit, I thought my life was about to end. That was like the final music. Okay, let me read this first, okay? I'm radioactive. Journalist Jonathan Kaiman is one of the least famous, least powerful men to be brought down by the hashtag #MeToo movement. A year later, the fallout continues. I believe this is related to that one crazy WAPO woman, so that's why this got linked to us. Until the spring of 2018, Jonathan Kaiman was the Beijing bureau chief of the Los Angeles Times. Today, he's living at the home of his parents in Phoenix under conditions he describes as a form of psychological house arrest. There are no visitors, and his few remaining friends rarely call. He feels unable to make new ones because he fears the reaction of anyone who Googles him. He's 32, unemployed, perhaps unemployable. I'm radioactive, as he puts it. And he's still trying to find the right combination of psychotropic medication to quell the current thought that ending his life may be the best way out. His concerns about search engines is not paranoia. Because if you Google Jonathan Kaiman today, the results will likely lead you to conclude that he is at best a sexual creep, and at worst, well, it's hard to tell, but something worse. He's one of the least famous, least powerful men on the list published by the New York Times and Bloomberg of those who have lost their jobs in the wake of Me Too. Kaiman was accused by two women, each once his friend, behaving badly during separate, casual sexual encounters 4 years apart. The result of these accusations, even in the absence of any formal legal proceedings, has been a thoroughgoing destruction of his life. Before it all fell apart, Kaiman's life was a success story. After graduation from Vassar, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in China. He stayed on, became fluent in Mandarin, and starting as a freelancer, worked his way up the journalism ranks. He was detained multiple times by the Chinese government for his reporting on human rights. He discovered a little-known story about an American pilot held captive in China during World War II, spent 7 years researching it, and last year sold a book proposal to Random House. He was also in his first serious long-term relationship. He and his girlfriend were planning to move back to the United States, where he would write the book. That career is over, and so is the book contract. His girlfriend, Charlotte Arneson, has stayed. Given the millennia during which women have had to take male abuse and suffer under institutionalized denial of and indifference to it, it is perhaps understandable that there is a willingness to shrug off the prospect that some unfairly accused men will become roadkill on the way to a more equitable future. A common feminist dictum holds that there are no innocent men, as per the slogans #YesAllMen and #KillAllMen. We are now in a time when a sexual encounter can be recast in a malevolent light, no matter whether the participants all appeared to consider it consensual at the time, and no matter how long ago it took place. Looking back, it can be even harder, perhaps impossible, to know what has really happened in a private sexual encounter. But creating injustice today does not undo the harms of the past. Instead, it undermines the integrity of the necessary effort to address sexual misconduct. When we endlessly expand the categories of victim and perpetrator, we let loose forces that will not stay contained. Anyone, regardless of their innocence, can be targeted and found worthy of destruction, and long after the headline has faded, the damage continues to accrue. I do not share the blame. During his now finished 9-year journalism career, Kaiman was well-liked and well-respected enough by his colleagues to have been elected in 2017 as president of the Foreign Correspondents Club of China, a volunteer group that defends journalist rights and organizes social and educational events for reporters and other expats working in the country. His successor as FCCC president said that before Kaiman's first accuser came forward, there were no complaints against him or even rumors about misconduct, nor had the LA Times received any. The end of Kaiman's career began in January 10th, 2018, with a post on Medium by a longtime friend and one-time fellow expat, Laura Tucker, now a law student in the United States. In it, she described a sexual encounter with Kaiman that had taken place 5 years prior, in March 2013. After an evening of drinking and flirting, Tucker drove Kaiman on her scooter back to her apartment. There, she wrote, they mutually and consensually undressed and got into bed. Tucker's account is taken from her Medium post. Kaiman's accounts of what happened to him are from interviews and various transcripts, including his Los Angeles Times Human Resources inquiries. Wait, was it not a scooter? Did I make that up? Why are we all saying scooter? Oh. Okay. That the same generally agreed upon set of facts can result in wildly different interpretations about an event, especially a sexual one, is illustrated by how Tucker and Kaiman described what happened that night. Tucker wrote that while making out in bed with Kaiman, she had a change of heart, so she stood up and said she didn't want to continue. She wrote, he lay on the bed, not moving, watching me. I remember that he sort of smiled and seemed to pout. As they talked and she repeated that she didn't want to have sex, she wrote, he began to whine, which made her feel like it was too late to back out. In Kaiman's telling, he was startled by Tucker's sudden U-turn and tried to verbally reestablish their previous playful mood. While they talked, he stayed where he was. He didn't want to make any physical move toward her. He says that after a brief conversation, he concluded the night was coming to an end and that he should leave, so he sat up with the intention of getting dressed. She described what happened next. I'm still so upset that I concluded the easiest, least confrontational way forward was to place male satisfaction above my own desires and to go back to bed. The sex made her feel gross, she wrote, and Kaiman left immediately afterward. His recollection is that she was a full participant and that he stayed the night. When he went to kiss her goodbye the next morning, he says, he was surprised that she seemed distant and upset. This is incel bait. It is. Just... okay. After he left, she stewed about what had happened. She was angry with both herself and him, and she wrote an email to tell him so. He felt gutted by her reaction, immediately apologized, and suggested they get together to talk it out. They met, and she ended up feeling his apology was insufficient. He thought that since she voluntarily resumed sex, their encounter was fully mutual, that his apology was appropriate, and that when they parted, their friendship was on track. It wasn't. Courtney Cole, member for 2 months. Thanks. I recognize your Twitter avatar picture. It wasn't. She wrote on Medium, adding that she distanced herself from him and tried to avoid him at social events, especially those involving alcohol. He has electronic exchanges from her in the months following their encounter, in which she sends him friendly notes and initiates get-togethers, including a suggestion that they meet over drinks. Eventually, she returned to the US and they fell out of touch. Why would she go public, giving Kaiman no warning, with this story of a long-ago private event that, while regretted, did not involve a sexual assault? Fuck! Sometimes I read these and this is sociopathic. I'm sorry, and I know it is. I wish somebody would try to do this shit to me. I feel like if this happened, I would fucking try to destroy this person. I would be so fucking irritated if somebody actually did this. But it's also different because I'm a streamer. If I was like a journalist trying to destroy somebody else, you would just look even worse, so you'd still get fired, so it wouldn't matter. This is like insane. These guys get so fucked in this shit. There's nothing you can do. Oh my god. Hold on. We've got an Unk Boss tweet. Sundays are for poning noobs. Based! Unk Boss! Like and retweet. Hashtag Unk Boss. Tweet. Is there no legal proceedings for this? Nope. Because it's not technically slander or anything, right? But it could just be their recollection of the event. While this event was regretted, it did not involve sexual assault, especially since in telling it, she was sure to damage someone who had been a friend and who held no power over her. Tucker provided both a societal and a personal explanation. She wrote that in the wake of Me Too, she wanted to add my voice to the broader outcry against sexual misconduct. She also said that she had come to realize that what happened was not my fault, and I do not share the blame. This was John's fault. Wrong, bitch. undermining the feminist enterprise. Me Too is a necessary and important corrective to some horrifying, copiously documented, and criminal-level behavior, and also to the kind of persistent harassment that still characterizes too many workplaces. It has toppled a number of famous men, including entertainment executives Harvey Weinstein and Les Moonves, I don't know what the fuck this person's name is, and talk show host Charlie Rose, who stand accused of a variety of workplace depredations, including forcing themselves on women who worked for them. Weinstein is facing criminal charges and threatening the careers of those who resisted or complained. The journalists who uncovered these stories, the accused have variously denied aspects of their reporting, earned well-deserved prizes and praise. There is obviously much more to be done. Toward that end, Time's Up, an organization started by women in entertainment in the wake of the Weinstein accusations, has created a legal defense fund with a focus on helping women in low-wage industries who have little to no job protection and rightly fear reporting systematic abuse and harassment. But the accusations against Kaiman and what happened to him as a result should be a warning about the dangers of moral panics and of applying mob justice and the bazooka of social media to private relations. The entire feminist enterprise is undermined if society comes to the conclusion that women bear no responsibility for their choices in the sexual realm. I agree with points made in an interview with The New Yorker by Northwestern University professor Laura Kipnis, a left-leaning feminist and author of Unwanted Advances, Sexual Paranoia Comes to Campus. She is a supporter of Me Too, but also expresses concerns about the potential undermining of hard-won progress. Wait, okay, hold on, wait. I thought this was just going to be about this guy's story. Do we really need to read the rest of this? It feels like... Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. I saw a name. We shall continue. We've got to retain this idea that feminists have fought for over a century for women to be treated as adults in the erotic realm and as sexual agents, Kipnis said. And that is going to include making mistakes and the right to make mistakes. Citing second-wave feminists, she praised the women who really tried to be honest about heterosexuality as a relationship, not just something that was done to women, but something that women who are heterosexual participate in. Now, just under 2 years since Me Too broke, cases like Kaiman's are leaving the public. Women and men, Democrats and Republicans, uneasy. I wrote in The Atlantic in March about the unfair treatment of former Democratic Minnesota Senator Al Franken, who faced multiple accusations of misconduct. A Morning Consult poll from last October found that 57% of adults are as equally concerned for young men facing possible false allegations as they are for young women facing sexual assault. And a poll last year from the anti-polarization group More in Common found that 51% of Americans believe that too many ordinary behaviors are labeled as sexual harassment. A messy, drunken hookup. After publishing on Medium, Laura Tucker that same day tweeted her post, tagging Kaiman and adding the #MeToo hashtag. She appears to have joined Twitter for the sole purpose of disseminating the Medium account. As of August 2019, 2 posts about Kaiman are her only tweets. Tucker did not respond to request for comment. Laura Tucker, Twitter. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find this girl's Twitter account, am I? Wait, what is this? Laura_Tucker. She's retweeted some stuff. I don't know if I see her, if I see this Medium post on her Twitter account. Wait, do we even know? Is this her or did somebody just make this up?
Coco on.
I don't know which one. Also, holy shit, now I see her account. So she made this account, sharing something that happened in 2013. Jesus. What happened is the definition of rape. You must report this to the police. What happened to you was rape. It's just this one guy, this one simp dude responding, I guess. I wonder what her... We should do it. We could do like a quick rape review, I guess, and see how we feel about this. What a horrible post. She fucking uploaded it as an image. John Kime was the first friend I made to move to Beijing. Roommate about a year. Started a journalist. I worked in cinema. March 15th, I went to a nightclub called Mixed with a group of friends, including John. We had a few drinks, and he kissed me a couple of times. I like the phrasing. He kissed me. We took my scooter back to the apartment near Dongting in the east part of Beijing, where we lived together and where I still lived. He flopped down on my bed and began making and undressing. Up to this point, the whole thing had felt kind of humorous and extremely casual. It was sort of funny that after being friends for so long, here we were making out. I'm sorry, dude. I'm turning into an incel. But after a few minutes, I changed my mind and decided I didn't want to continue. I got up off the bed and I told him I wanted to stop. He lay on the bed, not moving, watching me. I remember that he sort of smiled and seemed to pout. And I felt that he did not believe me. This was a new dynamic for me. I remember very clearly standing several feet away from the bed, making sure that I was saying the things I knew you were supposed to say, to assertively communicate that you wanted to shut down a progression. I remember that I made a point of clearly saying no, and I don't want to do this. Although I can't remember what else I said. I clearly remember feeling confused and dismayed that he wasn't leaving or even moving, and that he didn't seem to believe that I knew what I wanted. The back and forth continued for several minutes, and he began to whine. I remember that he made me feel very pressured and very awkward, like it was too late to back out. You can't remember a single thing he said? What do you mean? I feel like I was at the cusp of remaining friendly, like the next form of resistance would have been to yell at him or to call somebody or to leave the apartment. John is very tall, quick to engage in a debate, and can be very insistent. What, he was gonna fucking rape murder you? I'm still so upset that I concluded the easiest, least confrontational way forward was to place male satisfaction above my own desires and to go back to bed. Was it because we were friends? Because we were already in my apartment? We had sex and I felt gross for all of it. He left immediately after. I woke up in the morning feeling very angry. I met a friend for coffee. I'd come on near the Drummondville Tower and told her what happened. I was so disappointed with myself, but also with John, and I wanted to very clearly tell him how I felt. I am now grateful to my younger self for trying to use the no means no argument that I read about, but never actually used, that I felt described my situation. Jesus. I sent John the following email. Hi, John. I woke up this morning feeling really stupid and unhappy. Hard to say, I guess, how drunk you were, but I stood up and said no, and I don't want to several times while you lay sprawling in the bed, using, I think, the familiar and comfort of our friendship as grounds for entitlement and pressure. I resigned myself to the logic of just going ahead with the situation that I'd helped create. I'm really sad that I didn't stand up for myself, and I think it's too bad that you had no intention of reacting to my words. Bro, the guy was also probably drunk and horny. They were both drinking, right? Also, separate note, poor form to throw a condom wrapper across the room and toss a used condom on my bedside table. I remember you talking about how you don't give a shit and how it's really liberating, but I am your friend and I feel like you treated me badly. John called me pretty soon after I sent the email. We had a short conversation. I was so very angry and he apologized. Here's an email exchange from a few days later. Sorry about being a jerk this weekend. Would you be up for dinner? Blah, blah, blah. Don't think I've been there, so don't follow my treat. If you're busy, maybe we could check out blah, blah, blah. Sunday works. Let's be in touch over the weekend. We went to a cafe and he brought me a coffee and cake. I was eager to talk everything out, and since he apologized, I figured we were on the same page. I was surprised when instead he started to renege on his apology. And the conversation turned into a debate about how much I shared the blame. At the time, I wasn't sure if I did, but again, I tried to express that he hadn't listened to me and that he should have responded to my words. Damn, he needed to treat her like a retarded woman, like a retarded child. He fucked up. I told you guys, I'm sorry. If a retarded child gets up out of bed and they're like looking around, you're like, oh shit, like, do I need to call your dad? Do you need me to like get you a thing? Like, how can I take care? I need to be your parent in this situation. He fucked up, guy. He should have listened to my tweets. This man could have been saved. Over the next couple of months, I'm going to do a few events with him and our social circles can overlap. I felt extremely uncomfortable around him at parties, and I couldn't stand to be around him when he was drinking. Jesus. I was pressured into sex by an opportunistic friend. I do not share the blame. This was John's fault. I've anxiously wondered every day since whether to share this, often at the expense of sleep. Even now, this feels embarrassing and frightening to share. Bro, are you fucking... What is wrong with you? The accusation created a small storm in Twitter terms, but one that had a colossal effect on Kaiman's life. He took to Twitter himself and issued an abject apology. At Laura Tucker, I'm so deeply sorry. I did not in any way mean to pressure you in an unwanted or uncomfortable sexual encounter, and I thought we had talked through the issue as peers and friends. This didn't stop people, some he thought of as friends, from publicly denouncing him. That day, Kaiman saw that he had a message from an old friend. Enter, stage right, Felicia Sonmez, and assumed that she was contacting him to offer advice. She wasn't. She was writing to him about a sexual encounter they'd had the previous September that unfolded after a long, alcohol-filled day and a night of partying. She wrote in part that it had taken me a while to fully process what happened that night. I remember thinking your behavior was aggressive at the time. It's taken me a while to realize that actually, that kind of forcefulness totally crosses the line into inappropriate behavior.
Obama.
Absolutely true. Thank you, Lauren. Kaiman immediately called Sonmez, a journalist who had recently completed a year of Chinese language study and who now works, used to work, for the Washington Post. Though he offered her an apology, he was shocked by her assertion. He says that what happened was a messy, drunken hookup, one that they each pushed forward at various points. After that night, they had discussed the encounter. He thought they had thoroughly excavated an event that they both agreed was a mistake, especially because Kaiman was in a relationship with Arneson at the time. But now, Sonmez was telling him that Tucker's blog post had galvanized her to reconsider it. They talked for about 20 minutes, with Sonmez telling Kaiman that she was uncertain what she was going to do next. Isn't Sonmez the crazy Twitter lady? Yes, the one that used to work for WAPO. Yeah. I think the woman seemed to be pretty stupid, but doesn't the guy have to be kind of a dumb fuck too to not notice she's not enjoying it? A little bit, yeah. But the issue is that, like, here's the problem. It seems like there's no room for mistakes in sexual encounters. It's just rape or not rape. That's it. Like, you should be more receptive for sure, but, like, if you fuck up a little bit, are you a rapist? Especially when a lot of guys are, like, horny and drunk. Like, that's, like, a lot to... I don't know. That's a lot to go through, especially if you don't get to fuck that often. Imagine you hook up with a new chick like once a year, if that, and now you're like drunk, you're horny, you have an opportunity. Like, I mean, that's a hard one to put people in that situation, right? I don't know. You should be more receptive for sure. It's partially that's a mistake. That is a mistake of his, but like that mistake isn't rape, right? What is this? We're gonna ironically blow up Ankh until he's unironically big, okay? So what you're saying is men are children who cannot control their urges? Well, his control their urges was him laying on bed and like pouting a little. Like he raped her mind. Like he was fucking Xavier. Or what's the name of the X-Men guy that's in the wheelchair? I don't know if he controls people's minds or he just reads them. I don't know. But Professor X. There you go. They talked for about... Now Samnez was telling him that Tucker's blog post had galvanized her to reconsider it. They talked for about 20 minutes, with Sanmez telling Kaiman that she was uncertain what she was going to do next. A regularly scheduled meeting of the board, the FCCC, was set for the following day, and a discussion of the Tucker allegation was added to the agenda. It wasn't clear what the response should be, since Tucker had described a private encounter unrelated to the club. At the meeting, a correspondent asked Kaiman if he knew of other accusations against him. He said he didn't. He said that, he explains, because he didn't know if Sanmez intended to come forward. He didn't know how she would characterize what happened, and he considered the encounter to be consensual. But Sanmez had deputized a friend on the board to tell the board what he knew of another accusation against Kaiman, without revealing that Sanmez was the accuser or giving any specifics. So when Kaiman demurred, the board member called Kaiman a liar, then told the rest of the board that he knew of a second accuser, but that he could say no more. That vague, anonymous assertion was enough for the board of this group of journalists to conclude that Kaiman could no longer be president. They allowed him to resign, and he released a letter acknowledging that there was an allegation of sexual misconduct against him, the shadow of which meant he would not be able to effectively run the organization. The board issued a statement thanking Kaiman for his hard work, enthusiasm, and many contributions to the club. All of this surprised Sanmez, as she later explained publicly. She believed there was a missing S in his letter of resignations. Kaiman should have cited the allegations, not the allegation against him. She also felt that the board should have made a statement explaining that Kaiman was forced out because of concerns about his sexual behavior. After the meeting, Kaiman reached out to Sanmez and they got back on the phone. It was, he says, an agonizing conversation that went on for 90 minutes. During it, he says, he felt himself psychologically unraveling. It was like my brain was on fire. He knew that Sanmez had the power to decide his entire future. He was trying to apologize while also defending himself. He was sincerely sorry that she thought he had crossed a line, given what he saw as the mutuality of their interactions, though he didn't think he had. In her text to Kaiman, Sanmez conceded her memory and parts of their encounter remained hazy, and he says she repeated that in their conversation. He told her that his was too, even though it was quite sharp, because as they spoke, he says it was becoming clear to him that she was trying to get him to build a case against himself. He thought it was possible that she was recording him. At points, she took an inquisitorial tone, began grilling him about his past, seeking confessions of other violations. Kaiman says he has never forced himself on anyone and is sickened at the idea of it. But in the wake of Me Too, he understood that one of the lessons was for men to examine their sexual behavior and consider that women may have differing perspectives. Trying to be accountable then, he told Sanmez about a trip he took with a female friend when he was in his early 20s that ended awkwardly. They had shared a hotel room, and in the morning they had started having sex. She then changed her mind, and he'd immediately stopped. Not long after, the woman moved away and they'd lost touch. His conversation with Sanmez ended inconclusively, with Kaiman still unsure of what she planned to do. But a few days later, Sanmez sent Kaiman a friendly text asking what he was up to. He responded that he had just arrived in New York on a planned trip, and she replied, "Gotcha." After that, he heard nothing more for months. He continued with his work. It seemed possible that everything might be okay. On May 15th of 2018, Kaiman, then back in Beijing, learned a gotcha of epic proportion was coming his way when he got a call from his successor as president of the FCCC, John Sudworth, a BBC correspondent. Sudworth had bad news. Sanmez had written a lengthy letter accusing Kaiman of sexually violating her. She had asked that this letter be publicly circulated to the several hundred members of the FCCC. Sudworth told Kaiman a summary of it, and Kaiman said the account wasn't true. Sudworth replied that the letter was about to go live and recommended that Kaiman get a lawyer and a psychiatrist. Kaiman says he walked outside, lay down on the sidewalk, and wept. He knew that everything I'd worked for is over, he says. He thought of the many forced confessions he had seen on Chinese television in which an accused person is paraded before the cameras to express remorse for betraying the state. Foreign correspondents were often the only people in the country who could openly criticize such coerced contrition, he says. But his fellow journalists were now forcing a similar act on me, and none of them demanded evidence or an even-handed response. The letter had a threefold purpose: to accuse Kaiman, to support Tucker, and to condemn the FCCC for what Sanmez saw as its institutional failure to publicly identify Kaiman as a sexual violator. Sanmez's account is in places elliptical and inflammatory. Kaiman says that she leaves out important details and that his memory of crucial points differs substantively from hers. She describes a very late sexual encounter in mid-September 2017. Wait, hold on one second. I just got gaslit by my partner. This fucking bitch comes into my room an hour ago and she's like, oh, hey, are you hungry? Or are you going to be hungry in a bit? And I'm like, yeah. And then she's like, okay. So I thought like she must be like ordering food or something, but she's not. So now she tells me, oh, I'm going out. And I'm like, oh, is there food going to be here soon? And she's like, oh no, I was just asking you early if you were hungry.
Yeah, I was curious.
This must be what all those kids felt like when they came to your house and they were forced to sit in the room while your family ate. This is what it feels like. You're like screaming, like, are you hungry right now? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, okay.
You know, I was asking if you were hungry of my love, okay?
Okay. Nope, I'm not.
Do you need some?
Nope, I'm good.
You
I'm
need
full.
some love?
I'm full right now. Thank you.
You sure about that?
Yep, I'm sure.
Yeah?
Bye. Okay, bye.
I dreamt that I was pregnant.
Good. That's because you were having lots of canola. Oh,
Ew,
yeah.
stop, don't say that.
Bye. Bye, Mel.
Gross. Nasty.
Nice. The fattiest, the highest calorie nut outside of their shell, so I can just eat fucking 10,000 calories of pistachios.
That's good for you.
No, they're not.
We need a fasting separate it.
I can't eat these.
Are you eating them?
What?
Are you eating them?
No, I can't just eat pistachios. They're...
Do you want chips?
No, I'll order food. I love you.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay, I love you.
Bye. I can't believe she's... You guys, we need to keep track of who this lady works for next. And we need to tweet at those and make sure she is never allowed to work in journalism again. This woman is actually fucking evil. True, she girl boss too close to the sun. Isn't any company going to look at our online status and see this anyways? No, I don't know. I don't think so. But who knows? Maybe. Boom, boom, boom. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second. Chill. Chill! I love it when I order food off DoorDash. I get an email, I get a text, and I get a push notification from the app all at the same time. That's what I need. I need 400 different fucking things telling me that I've just ordered food. Thank you so much. Sure you can change the options? I don't care. I don't want to change them. I'm too lazy. Debate Dr. Warren Farrell. He accepts debates. He did one with Vosh. If he wants to, sure. What would we even debate about it? Okay. Are DoorDash prices generally higher or lower in Miami compared to Cali? I consider DoorDash to be exclusively like upper middle class or rich person shit. It seems unbelievably expensive.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
If you're trying to budget or you don't have like infinite money and you use like these apps, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. So like for instance, I just ordered one meal for myself. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna cost like $30. And it's not even like a huge meal. Like, this shit is unbelievably expensive. I'm sorry, $28.88. With these apps, a $15 meal jumps to $34 is insane. Yeah, I think there's a few things going on. One is like there will be a like if you go into a restaurant and buy something, it'll cost like there'll be like a $5.50 meal. But on the apps, you have to order everything separately. So it'll go from $5.50 to like $15. Then there's like a $5 tip, so that's $20. Then there's like random fees and all sorts of other shit, so that's like another $10. And it's like a $5 or $6 meal turns into like a $30 DoorDash thing. It's like unreal. What restaurant has $5.50 meals? Hold on, wait, you're about to get a huge ban. Doesn't Taco Bell still do the $5 box or whatever? And doesn't Wendy's have like a 3 for 3 thing or something? Or 4 for 4? Yeah, they does. Why ban him? Because every time I say anything, I get a whole bunch of clueless fucking losers in chat like, what do you mean by that, Destiny? Like, I should be perma-banning, not perma-banning. I should be 3-month banning everybody that's like, oh, what do you mean it costs $30? What are you ordering? Like, dude, I've ordered so many different meals off of like DoorDash in fucking LA and Miami. Like, yeah, that's about how much it costs. People in chat will say the shit like, dude, I only spend $9 when I order something off DoorDash. No, you don't, motherfucker. Unless you're literally looking for the absolute cheapest fucking thing on the menu, there's no fucking way you're spending $6 on DoorDash. Like, but okay, sorry. All right. Hey, buddy, you live in Miami? I recommend a restaurant called Big Pink. It's really fucking good. Probably one of the best restaurants I've ever been to in Miami. They've got great chicken and waffles. I can't tell if you're trolling or not, but I've been to that restaurant like 5 times, and I literally only get chicken and waffles every single time. I don't even like chicken and waffles, but that particular thing of chicken is amazing. The breading is perfect. It's so good. And I'm pretty sure it's like 700 fucking grams of protein because it's a massive hunk of chicken. It's like unbelievably huge. Holy fuck. I think I posted a picture once in chat, but I didn't post anything for scale, so I don't know if you can tell how huge it is. Okay. For your next Lawrence Southern debate.
Whoa! Hands up! Don't shoot! You, officer, have the right to remain offensive. Just kidding. That's not in our Constitution. Now, you might look in the mirror and see a sexy police officer. However,
I'm so glad I wasn't into politics when I was 20 years old. I still cringe at I still cringe at shit that I said like 4 or 5 years ago. But at least I was like, I would have been what? How old was I when Trump was elected? Like 27? 28? Okay. They are usually a bit longer. I need a longer bio. Are you fucking serious? Steven has had multiple profiles written about him across publications such as Mother Jones and Wired, as well as references from mainstream media publications like the New York Times, or his ability to de-radicalize online extremists. What else do I need? How much do they need to fucking know about me? How much do you make an hour as a casino supervisor? It was 15 an hour, but I usually worked like 60 to 65 hours a week. So the other 20 hours would be $22.50 an hour. I got fucking bang! I was fucking rich. I was rich, motherfucker. $22.50 an hour. You better believe I was clocking in that overtime. Hell yes. I was rich. Okay. Why did you quit your casino job? I got fired. Wasn't you sleeping in your car? Well, that was because I was between places, because my wife and I hated each other, and then I didn't have a new place to live yet. I was never like homeless, like I'm poor and broke and starving to death or whatever. What else should I add? What else is important to know about me? He led one of the largest, you know what, we'll say he led the single largest canvassing operation in the state of Georgia. Probably, who's going to contest that, right? To help the two Democratic or Democrat? Is it Democratic?
Obama.
Democrat senators to assist the two Democratic senators with winning the not landslide. What were they called? What were the post-election elections called? Runoffs? How about he and his community led the single largest canvassing operation in the state of Georgia to assist the two Democratic senators winning the runoff elections in 2020? And is widely regarded as the founder of politics on Twitch. .tv. Sounds good. I need to be adding that everywhere I can. Was it 2020 or 2021 when we did the canvassing? It was 2021? Was it really? Dude, all my years are fucked. And is widely regarded or universally regarded? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. What are you writing for? I don't know. They just need like a bio for this. Is this enough or do you want more? I can write as much as needed. Exclamation mark. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Your time to double dash this order has expired. Wait, what is that? Oh, I don't need that. Okay, don't care. What is this?
So a teacher and a student were arguing at my school today, and he said this.
I'm talking to your ass. That's what I'm talking to. Now, you know me. You know me and you know I ain't for the games.
Stop talking to me, Diana. Call your daddy then. Tell your daddy come up here and talk to me then. You, stop talking to me. No, I'm telling you, stop talking to me. Tell your daddy to come talk to me. Tell your daddy to come talk to me. Nah, go dig him up and tell him to come talk to me.
Oh, shit.
So a teacher.
Damn. Oh, no. Holy. What did she say? She said, my dad's dead. And he said, then go dig him up and tell him to come talk to me.
Tell your daddy to come talk to me. Tell your daddy to come talk to me. Nah, go dig him up and tell him to come talk to me.
Oh, no. Damn. Holy shit. Okay. Can we get back to our article now? He definitely got fired? I don't know if that's like a fucked like inner city school or some shit. Destiny, do you use your Chase card to get free Dash Pass to remove delivery charges and lower taxes? No, I don't even know how to do that. Am I able to do that? Wait, hold on. Have I been... I mean, I use my card to order. It should automatically if it does, right? Chase Sapphire DoorDash. Earn $5 monthly DoorDash credits. Who cares? If you use Chase Sapphire to order, it automatically applies. Oh, then it should automatically be applied, I guess. View receipt. How can I tell if it's applied? Subtotal. This is for 5 chicken strips, chicken tendies, French fries, and a drink. That's it. Okay? $18.58. Service fee $3, tax $1.30, Dasher tip $6, total $28.88. How do I know if it's applied to thing? Oh, my delivery fee is $0 though. So it would normally cost even more? What is the delivery fee normally? What is that, tip? I always just pick the biggest option. Oh, then it is applied, never mind. Jesus. Delivery could be $5 to $10 depending on distance. Holy fuck. Okay. Kaiman says that Sanmez leaves out important details and that his memory of crucial points differs substantively from hers. She described a very late-night sexual encounter in mid-September 2017, which happened after a day-long FCCC party that ended with people gathering at a karaoke bar. Sanmez wrote that portions of the evening were consensual, including kissing at the bar. Kaiman says she initiated the kiss, after which she offered Kaiman a ride home on her scooter, just as Tucker had driven him on hers. Stay away from scooter ladies, I guess. Oh, actually, it's if they were in China. I think in some of these countries, scooters are pretty common, actually. That's probably where you're hearing about it. Okay. Sanmez, who is about 4 years older than Kaiman, wrote that they both got off the scooter when she had to stop to get past a barrier, at which point John lifted up my dress and began digitally penetrating me without my consent. She said that she had to forcefully push him away, at which point he began unbuckling his belt and pulling down his shorts. We were on a public street. It was dark and no one was around. John is much bigger than me, and it took me repeatedly telling him no and pushing him away for him to finally stop, she continued. It gives me chills to think of that moment and imagine what would he have done if I hadn't been able to get him to stop. Kaiman says that when Sunmez stopped her scooter, they began kissing. He reached under her dress and she started unbuttoning his pants. Then Sunmez expressed discomfort at engaging in sexual acts in public, so Kaiman stopped immediately and offered to walk the rest of the short way home. Kaiman says Sunmez insisted on driving him. She doesn't explain why she let him back on her scooter, but she acknowledges that she drove him to his apartment. He says that when they got there and got off the scooter, they kissed while standing outside the building and again fondled each other's genitals. But he was feeling guilty about cheating on his girlfriend and said that what they were doing was not a good idea. Her version is that he resumed his assault. Before I knew it, John had backed me against a wall around the corner from his front door. We were kissing, and then he again began unbuckling his belt and taking off his shorts. Again, I told him no, I didn't want to do that. Sunmez, Kaiman says, wanted to walk him to his apartment 6 floors up. She had been to his place previously, so she knew how far it was. He says that because of the hour, it was 2 a.m., and the alcohol, he was making poor decisions, and he agreed. Sunmez wrote that many parts of the night remain hazy in my memory. In reconstructing her thought process, she says, I don't remember what was going through my head as I went upstairs, whether I wanted to take a nap or get some water, or maybe make out. What? What? So anyways, after he raped me, I thought, maybe I should go up to his apartment and get a glass of water. In other words, despite what she described as a chilling escape from Kaiman only minutes earlier, she put him on the back of her scooter and took him to his door, where she claims she was sexually violated again. Then, under her own power, she hiked the many stairs to his apartment with the idea of possibly resuming consensual sexual contact. Sunmez wrote that she ended up naked on the couch in John's room with John on top of me. Just randomly? Did he teleport you there? He briefly performed oral sex on me, and then he had unprotected sex with me. I remember that he was already inside me before I had the wherewithal to ask him whether he had a condom. He said no. He continued for what I imagined was a few more minutes. I put on my clothes and unsteadily drove off home soon after. Kaiman says that his memory of the evening is clearer and his account diverges from hers. When they got to his apartment, he says, they undressed and he performed oral sex on her. She asked if he had a condom, he got one, and they used it. Afterward, he says, she performed oral sex on him. He adds that in his 90-minute phone call with Sunmez, while they did not discuss the use of the condom, both agreed about the rest of the sequence of events. The most incendiary allegation in Sunmez's account deployed her doubt about what happened that night in a way that inflicted maximum damage. I am devastated by the fact that I was not more sober, her letter stated, so that I could say with absolute certainty whether what happened that night was rape. That line was quoted in stories about Kaiman's suspension in the LA Times and by the Associated Press, whose story was picked up internationally, linking him forever, he says, to the word rape. I'm curious. Jonathan Kaiman. What comes up when we Google this guy's name? There's the I'm Radioactive thing that we're reading. Then ex-LA Times Beijing bureau chief resigns amid sexual misconduct claims. I wonder if we look for news. Oh, now it's going to be the recent Sunmez stories. So maybe that's good for him. Second allegation of sexual misconduct against LA Times Beijing bureau chief Jonathan Kaiman surfaces. LA Times suspends Beijing bureau chief while it investigates allegations of sexual misconduct. Sexual misconduct allegation, damn. Kaiman says that when he and Sunmez finished their encounter, he felt awful that he had cheated on Arneson, who was out of town, and suggested that Sunmez leave. She did, and he did not text her to make sure that she had arrived home or get in touch the next day. She contacted him shortly afterward to discuss what had happened. He said that she rebuked him for failing to check in with her, and in her letter she wrote that she also told him at the time that it is never okay to try to have sex in a public place with anyone who is as drunk as I was. He offered his apologies. Technically, so then she was drunk driving? Are you allowed to drunk drive a scooter? Is that legal? Maybe just trying to have drunk driving laws? I have no idea. She too apologized, he says, for driving while under the influence and for possibly impairing Kaiman's relationship with his girlfriend. According to Kaiman, they agreed what happened was embarrassing and that they would both keep it quiet. Afterward, Kaiman made little effort to maintain the friendship. Kaiman was right that, during their lengthy phone call following his resignation from the FCCC, Sanmez was building a case against him. Of his skeletal account of the brief, long-ago hotel room sexual encounter, she wrote in her letter that it sounded very much to me like the incident could have been even more serious than what Laura and I experienced. Sanmez also wrote that during this conversation, Kaiman admitted that he'd behaved in a brutish fashion with her. He has no memory of saying that, nor does he believe he did behave in such a fashion, but he says it's possible that he may have said so at her urging. The FCCC posted a statement about Sanmez's letter on Twitter, and another social media storm engulfed Kaiman. The Los Angeles Times suspended him and opened an investigation. Remaking society. Ask President Sunday to go to therapy. Don't blame Rose Wrist for covering for Destiny. He's an idiot. Wait, Rose Wrist is an idiot or I'm an idiot? He actually uploaded his conversation with me. Damn, he really feels like he did well, huh?
Argument against doing that in this case. You're talking about people whose careers
You perceive to be
illustrative.
interact with people we disagree with. I've kind of built my whole platform off.
The issue is not just where I got this information
I
from.
understand what you're saying. You
Yes.
have to have a few more steps of separation. Otherwise, you are materially helping these people as well.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Oh, well then enjoy your video game, Steven. Have a good night. Don't want to be doing that. All right. That's out of the way. We can talk about Carl Schmidt. The real reason we're here. I'm not going to argue with him about this.
Okay. Read the pinned comment.
Hello, hello.
I forget sometimes that I'm blessed with a sharper audience than most, so here's a short guide for our new guest. The point was not that Destiny ought to argue with people he disagrees with. The point is that he ought to not argue with very bad people he disagrees with. The point presumes that... Dude, fuck! That in-group, out-group article fucked with my head. I see something that I see much more clearly now. I actually super see this. Nobody is actually tolerant. I don't think anybody is actually tolerant, except for me. I'm tolerant because I'm better than you. I'm better than you, Chatter. I am better than you, you fucking loser. When people say that they're tolerant of different groups of people or tolerant of other schools of thought, what they actually mean is they're tolerant of people that think slightly different things than them, but are still like broadly encompassed with the things that they believe in, like more or less. I think that's what people mean when they say they're tolerant. So in reality, everybody is intolerant as fuck of people that are too divergent in thought. So when progressives say they're tolerant, they don't really mean that. You want to literally ban like any fucking thing that you define as fascist or Nazi or whatever from every public area, whatever. You're not tolerant. And then conservatives, conservatives at least won't lie and say they're tolerant. They're just, they'll say, yeah, I am intolerant. And, okay, sorry. Fuck. Remaking society. One of the key domestic goals of the Obama administration was the elimination of campus sexual assault. With the urging of administration officials, especially Vice President Joe Biden, affirmative consent became a standard rule for all sexual interactions on college campuses. This is the requirement
Keep
that
hating
each
your life
touch,
then, working
each
class
time,
Andy.
each between established partners be preceded by explicit, preferably verbal, more preferably enthusiastic consent. Biden, who was the administration's point man on Title IX, the federal law that prohibits sex discrimination in education, has explained in many speeches and interviews that the focus on campus was because students were a captive population through which to change the culture's attitudes about sex. The idea was that students would welcome these rules and take them with them after graduation, remaking society. The speed and success with which this is happening has been stunning. In a December 2017 article, New York Times gender editor Jessica Benet described how issues of female consent play out in the world, writing, "Sometimes yes means no, simply because it is easier to go through with it than explain our way out of the situation. Sometimes no means yes because you actually do want to do it, but you know you're not supposed to, lest you be labeled a slut. What about when yes isn't really an enthusiastic affirmative or an affirmative at all? What about a woman who doesn't feel that she can speak up because of cultural expectations? Should that woman be considered unable to consent?" Oof. Benet, with all the power that accrues from a position that helps set the agenda for what's considered appropriate sexual behavior, raises the possibility that women are inherently incapable of giving consent. Benet is certainly right that sex can be ambiguous and confusing, but requiring that men intuit that a yes actually means no because women lack the wherewithal to know their own minds or to express themselves revives the pernicious belief that women ought to be treated like retarded children. Damn. Big statement. Sanmez wrote that in the immediate aftermath of her encounter with Kaiman, she partly blamed herself for it. But as with Tucker's realization that only Kaiman was responsible for what had happened between them, upon further reflection, Sanmez concluded that she bore no fault and that it was Kaiman alone who was in the wrong. It's Bennett? Is it Bennett? Oh, it might not be Benet. It might be Bennett. Sorry. Let me go grab my my $30 chicken tenders.
That Destiny, do you have before and after pics from when you started lifting to now?
Didn't say Simon Says.
Ooh.
Stephen, America is better than at least Sweden as we feed our guests when they come over. They are Euro cucks. Euro cucks. Euro cucks. Euro cucks. Obama.
No manifesto.
You're a liar and you know it, Steve. You're not tolerant of jungle mains. Euro cuck. Euro cock. Euro cock.
Mr. Girl should pin this article.
I like when that Mr. Girl hotline bling. She doesn't need to be 18. Just lay there and don't say a thing. If you disagree, you're controlling me.
Kill all pedophiles. Kill all pedophiles. Kill all pedophiles. Kill all pedophiles. Kill all uniphiles. 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 Eurocock. 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 Eurocock.
Here for the mostly base mental health takes.
Okay, good job. Okay, I'm gonna eat real quick. We're gonna watch this conversation on Mr. Girl stream so I can continue to attack him until he hates me. Jesus Christ, that fucking 4chan picture. Okay. Is it illegal to make child porn of yourself? It must be, right? College student comes home for the summer, cleans old high school room so it doesn't look like shitty high school room, finds old flash drive from when I was in middle school, plugs it in, finds shit ton of pictures of a little boy naked and posing. What the fuck? Realizes the kid in the pictures are younger me. Finds Word document. Hello, Anon. Glad to see you again. Take these pictures and sell them online to make bank. It's not illegal because it's of you. You are now of conserving age. Please buy Xbox. I can't. There's no way you could do this. I don't even know. But if it's of yourself, you couldn't do that. There's no way, right? What would the... Is there a loophole here? Can you... You can't do it. To distribute child porn is probably always illegal, even if it is of yourself. Because it's not like it's illegal because it's of someone else. It's illegal because it's child porn, right? Jesus Christ.
So like again, like I'm not like it. Yeah, it's probably good for Shaylin to have me press her to take a stance and set boundaries, but I'm not training her. That's not my function of why I'm doing that. Like I'm doing it to get.
Okay, she says she's the first caller.
Yeah, I'm a control freak. I get it.
What time does she call?
I could also say to be
Empathize with you and see you.
It's not at 20 minutes.
Throw in their lot.
So, okay, thank you.
It's at like 10 minutes. Wait, this might be really long. Watch the intro. It's hilarious. Should I just watch the whole thing? Yes, around 1 hour. Wait, this one call-in lasts an hour? Okay, hold on. We're not watching this right now then. We'll watch this after. Where's a shorter video? 10 minutes. Okay, boom.
Today we're going to take a politically neutral look. Hey, what's up, everyone? Today we're going to take a politically neutral look at protest, and we're going to see what our current research has to say comparing the effectiveness between two methods. Nonviolent protest, and yes, protest that includes violence as a tactic. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Roll title. Let's start with talking about violent protests and then expand the conversation from there. Looking around, I normally see violent protests defended in a couple ways. One is a moral defense that essentially says, because of so-and-so injustice, and because we've tried nonviolent methods in the past that have not worked, violence is the best path forward. And for the purposes of this video, that's between you and your own personal sense of ethics. So we're just going to take that whole side of the debate and throw it away. The other way it's commonly framed gets into the practicality of it, asking something like, does violent protest work? That's something that we can quantify and objectively answer. So we can talk about that. And the short answer is, yeah, especially looking at the short term, there's plenty of cases where violent protest has worked. And if that's the point you're trying to make, you can point at plenty of case studies that'll back you up. Like this one that found that terrorism in the 80s through the 2000s by Palestinians actually moved Israeli public opinion to the left in a direction more sympathetic to Palestinians. But you might notice that there's something missing in the framing of the question so far. Does violent protest work compared to what? Compared to not protesting at all? And you probably see what I'm getting at.
Oh, fuck. We have listened to this before.
Question is framed in that very selective way so often because the comparative research.
Well, here you go. Have a refresher. Well, no, actually, wait. We watch this. We'll watch this instead.
I'd like you to imagine that you live in a really repressive country. There are elections, but they're fake. The leader wins 100% of the vote each time. Security forces beat up opposition leaders with impunity, and they harass everyone else. This is a country where being in this room right now would get you on a list. Now let's say you've had enough, and so have many other people that you talk with in low whispers. Now, I'm not talking about the Hunger Games, although that would be awesome. Unfortunately, I'm talking about real-world conditions that many people face right now. So assuming you've decided to act, what would be the best way for you to challenge the system and create something new? My own answer to this question has changed over the past few years. In 2006, I was a PhD student here at CU Boulder studying political science, and my dissertation was on how and why people use violence to create political change in their countries. As for the scenario I just described, well, back then I bought into the idea that power flows from the barrel of a gun. And what I would have said was that although it was tragic, it was logical in such situations for people to use violence to seek their change. But then I was invited to an academic workshop put on by the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict. They were giving a week-long primer on nonviolent resistance to try to get people like me to teach about it in our classes. Now, my view of all of this at the time was that it was well-intentioned but dangerously naive. I mean, the readings they sent me in advance argued that the best way for people to seek really difficult political changes was through nonviolent or civil resistance. They described civil resistance as an active form of conflict where unarmed civilians would use tactics like protests, boycotts, demonstrations, and lots of other forms of mass non-cooperation to seek change. They brought up cases like Serbia, where a nonviolent revolution toppled Slobodan Milosevic, the butcher of the Balkans, in October of 2000, and the Philippines, where the People Power movement ousted Ferdinand Marcos in 1986. At the workshop, I said stuff like, well, those were probably exceptions. For every successful case you guys bring up, I can think of a failed case like Tiananmen Square. I can also think of plenty of cases where violence worked pretty well, like the Russian, French, and Algerian revolutions. Maybe nonviolent resistance works if you're seeking environmental reforms, gender rights, labor rights, but it can't work generally if you're trying to overthrow a dictator or become a new country. And it definitely can't work if the authoritarian leader you're facing is not incompetent, is somebody who's really brutal and ruthless. So by the end of the week, as you can imagine, I wasn't very popular. But my soon-to-be co-author, Maria Stefan, came up to me and said something like, if you're right, why don't you prove it? Are you curious enough to study this in a serious way empirically? Now, believe it or not, nobody had really done that before systematically. And although I was still skeptical, I was curious. I figured that if they were right and I was wrong, somebody better find out. So for the next 2 years, I collected data on all major nonviolent and violent campaigns for the overthrow of a government or territorial liberation since 1900.
Why would you not just go on Twitter and call everyone in this group a fascist? I can't believe she'd waste her time actually researching it. This is why millennials are stupid and Gen X is the future, guys.
The data cover the entire world and consist of every known case where there were at least 1,000 observed participants. This is hundreds of cases. Then I analyzed the data, and the results blew me away. From 1900 to 2006, nonviolent campaigns worldwide were twice as likely to succeed outright as violent insurgencies. And there's more. This trend has been increasing over time, so that in the last 50 years, nonviolent campaigns are becoming increasingly successful and common, whereas violent insurgencies are becoming increasingly rare and unsuccessful. This is true even in those extremely brutal authoritarian conditions where I expected nonviolent resistance to fail. So why is civil resistance so much more effective than armed struggle? The answer seems to lie in people power itself. Researchers used to say that no government could survive if just 5% of its population rose up against it. Our data show that the number may be lower than that. No single campaigns failed during that time period after they'd achieved the active and sustained participation of just 3.5% of the population. And lots of them succeeded with far fewer than that. Now, 3.5% is nothing to sneeze at. In the US today, that's like 11 million people. But get this, every single campaign that surpassed that 3.5% was a nonviolent one. In fact, the nonviolent campaigns were on average 4 times larger than the average violent campaigns. And they were often much more inclusive and representative in terms of gender, age, race, political party, class, and the urban-rural distinction. Civil resistance allows people of all different levels of physical ability to participate. So this can include the elderly, people with disabilities, women, children, and anyone else who wants to. If you think about it, everyone is born with a natural physical ability to resist nonviolently. Anyone here who has kids knows how hard it is to pick up a child who doesn't want to move or to feed a child who doesn't want to eat. Violent resistance, on the other hand, is a little more physically demanding, and that makes it a little bit more exclusive. In my case, when I was in college, I was in military science classes because I planned to go through the ROTC program and become an Army officer. Now, I really liked the rappelling, the shooting at the range, the map reading, of course, and the uniforms. But I wasn't stoked when they asked me to get up in the wee hours of the morning and run until I vomited. So I quit and chose the far less demanding career of professor. Not everybody wants to take the same chances in life, and many people won't turn up unless they expect safety in numbers. The visibility of many civil resistance tactics like protests allow them to draw these risk-averse people into the fray. Put yourself back in that repressive country for just a minute. Let's say your trusted friend and neighbor comes to you and says, I know you sympathize with our cause. We're going to have a mass demonstration down the street tonight at 8 o'clock. I hope to see you there. Now, I don't know about you all, but I am not the person who's going to show up at 7:55 and see what's up. I'm probably going to look outside my window at 8:30 and see what's going on. If I see 6 people congregated there in the square, I'm going to sit this one out. But if I see 6,000 and more coming down the alleyway, I just might join in. My point here is that the visibility of civil resistance actions allows them to attract more active and diverse participation from these ambivalent people. And once they become involved...
Wait.
It's almost guaranteed that the movement will then have links to security forces, civilian bureaucrats, economic and business elites, educational elites, state media, religious authorities, and the like, and those people start to reevaluate their own allegiances. No regime loyalists in any country live entirely isolated from the population itself. They have friends, they have family members, they have existing relationships that they have to live with in the long term, whether or not the leader stays or goes. In Serbia, when it became obvious that hundreds of thousands of Serbs were descending on Belgrade to demand that Milosevic leave office, police officers started to disobey the order to shoot on demonstrators. When one of them was asked why he did so, he said simply, "I knew my kids would be in the crowd." Some of you are thinking, is this person insane? I watch the news and I see protesters getting shot at all the time. And it's true. Sometimes crackdowns do happen. But even in those cases, the nonviolent campaigns were outperforming the violent ones by 2 to 1. It turns out that when security forces beat up, arrest, or even shoot unarmed activists, there is indeed safety in numbers. Large, well-coordinated campaigns can shift between tactics that are concentrated, like protests or demonstrations, to tactics of dispersion, where people stay away from places they were expected to go. They do strikes, they bang on pots and pans, they stay at home, they shut off their electricity at a coordinated time of day. These tactics are much less risky. They're very hard, or at least very costly to suppress, but the movement stays just as disruptive. What happens in these countries once the dust settles? Well, it turns out that the way you resist matters in the long run, too. Most strikingly, countries in which people wage nonviolent struggle were way more likely to emerge with democratic institutions than countries in which they wage violent struggle. And those countries with nonviolent campaigns were 15% less likely to relapse into civil war. The data are clear. When people rely on civil resistance, their size grows. And when large numbers of people remove their cooperation from an oppressive system, the odds are ever in their favor. So, I and many others like me had ignored the millions of people worldwide who were skillfully using civil resistance in favor of studying just things that blow up. I was left with a few questions about the way I used to think. Why was it so easy and comfortable for me to think that violence works? And why did I find it acceptable to assume that violence happens almost automatically because of circumstances or by necessity, that it's the only way out of some situations? In a society that celebrates battlefield heroes on national holidays, I guess it was natural to grow up believing that violence and courage are one and the same, and that true victories cannot come without bloodshed on both sides. But the evidence I've presented here today suggests that for people serious about seeking change, there are realistic alternatives. Imagine what our world would look like now if we allowed ourselves to develop some faith in them. What if our history courses emphasized the decade of mass civil disobedience that came before the Declaration of Independence, rather than the war that came after? What if our social studies textbooks emphasized Gandhi and King in the first chapter, rather than that as an afterthought? And what if every child left elementary school knowing more about the suffragist movement than they did about the Battle of Bunker Hill? What if it became common knowledge that when protest becomes too dangerous, there are many nonviolent techniques of dispersion that might keep movements safe and active? Okay, so here we are, 2013 in Boulder, Colorado. Maybe some of you are thinking, that's great that civil resistance works, and what can I do? Encourage your children to learn more about the nonviolent legacies of the past 200 years and explore the potential of people power. Tell your elected representatives to stop perpetuating the misguided view that violence pays by supporting the first groups in a civil uprising who take up arms. Although civil resistance cannot be exported or imported, it's time for our officials to embrace a different way of thinking. That in both the short and longer term, civil resistance tends to leave behind societies in which people can live more freely and more peaceably together. Now that we know what we know about the power of nonviolent conflict, I see it as our shared responsibility to spread the word so that future generations don't fall for the myth that violence is their only way out. Thank you.
Wow. Unbelievable. Oh my God. Okay, let me go wash my hands and then we'll finish this article that we're halfway done with. How a mob forms. Moral panics
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
are as intrinsic to human society as they are dangerous. The modern American list includes McCarthyism in the 1950s, along with the satanic abuse daycare scares and recovered memory accusations of the 80s and 90s. Kaiman's own grandfather, a successful animator and puppeteer named Louis Bunin, was blacklisted during the McCarthy era. His 3 daughters were instructed not to open the door to the FBI agents who occasionally came knocking. Eventually, Bunin's wife changed her name and, acting as his agent, was able to get him enough work to eke out a living. Bunin actually was a communist sympathizer, Kaiman acknowledged to me, but though his life was damaged, it was not destroyed. More than 60 years later, on the basis of equivocal and heavily disputed accusations, Kaiman's life is in tatters. In their book, The Coddling of the American Mind, Greg Lukianoff, president of the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, and social psychologist Jonathan Haidt, oh, we know both of these people kind of, right? Haidt was on, we read an article about this, not the book itself, and then Haidt was on Pac-Man's stream recently. Write that for moral panics and situations in which a community becomes obsessed with religious or ideological purity and believes it needs to find and punish enemies within its own ranks in order to hold itself together. Such search and destroy missions can be ecstatic experiences. Quoting a founder of sociology, Emil Durkheim, they write that groups can provide a collective effervescence when individuals come together and achieve a feeling of oneness. Lukianoff and Haidt used the Chinese Cultural Revolution as a central example. It began in the 1960s with college students rising up to expel enemies of the revolution. Universities were shut down, and many professors, intellectuals, and campus administrators were imprisoned or murdered. Lukianoff and Haidt wrote that one of the cruel features of the Cultural Revolution were the struggle sessions, in which those accused of ideological impurity were surrounded by their accusers, taunted, humiliated, as they confessed to their crimes, offered abject apologies, and vowed to do better. The meeting of the FCCC to discuss what to do about Kaiman in the wake of Sonmez's letter, which took place in the home country of the Cultural Revolution, became a demonstration of the collective effervescence of a group purge. As Berkeley psychology professor Alison Gopnik has written, becoming part of a group can provide an enthralling thrill. The minutes of the meeting show how a mob forms in real time. One of the oldest cliches of journalism goes, if your mother tells you she loves you, check it out. But this gathering of professional reporters seemed unconcerned with checking things out. Sudworth said that in circulating Sonmez's allegation, there was no intention to litigate their veracity. What an extraordinary statement from the head of an organization of journalists. Hearing both sides and gathering evidence, the process of litigating veracity are generally considered reporting essentials. Kaiman was given a bare minimum of advance notice and no opportunity to respond. The FCCC purposefully released an unrefuted allegation, and virtually everyone who spoke at the FCCC meeting accepted it as fact. Sudworth and the FCCC did not respond to requests for comment. What the Mel? Journalists are also trained to analyze and question accounts, but no one at the meeting raised any concerns about Sonmez's own account of her actions. For example, her decision to go to Kaiman's apartment with the idea of possibly making out with someone who had, only minutes before, she claimed, perpetrated a sudden sexual violation that still chills her. Instead, the minutes show people jostling to denounce Kaiman. One correspondent asked whether members had a responsibility to do something about a predator running around. Another correspondent said she or he had earlier worked on preventing sexual assault on campus and believed that when dealing with such allegations, a reasonable argument is to be made for suspending regular jurisprudence. A female reporter announced that she wanted to be included as one of Kaiman's victims. She explained that she'd had a sexual encounter with Kaiman several years earlier. At the time, she did not see the encounter as an assault, but she had reconsidered after reading Sonmez's account and now claimed that she'd had too much to drink to give proper consent. Holy shit. Kaiman knows who this accuser is, and he says they had sex on 2 separate occasions. He said both occasions were consensual. They eventually had a disagreement over politics, and the friendship cooled. The accuser declined to comment for this story. Although the FCCC members were not interested in evaluating the claims made by Sanmez, they were encouraged to report any evidence they had against Kaiman to the HR investigator at the LA Times. How may I live without my name? What happened to Kaiman cannot be dismissed as a singular case of Me Too excess. A growing number of men have seen their lives damaged after unfair and even questionable allegations, with some accusers expressing the goal of pushing the boundaries of Me Too. For example, Mike writer Jack Smith IV was the subject of a lengthy investigation published last September in Jezebel, which exhaustively documented that Smith had been a lousy boyfriend to several women. One woman, who had an intermittent but long-running sexual relationship with him, said that he had insisted that she wear a specific kind of eye makeup before they had sex. Smith denied this and other allegations. Katie Herzog of The Stranger noted that the woman later tweeted that such behavior by Smith constituted rape. Smith, 29, was not famous, but he was carving out a beat covering extremist movements on the right. Before the Jezebel article was published, Mike editors heard that there were allegations of improper behavior by Smith. He was suspended, but he returned to the job after an internal review found no inappropriate conduct by him at Mike. Smith did not work with any of the women quoted in the story. Jezebel's explicit goal in exposing his alleged transgressions was to have Me Too take aim at what it called common and harder to define experiences that women and other marginalized genders... What? That women and other marginalized genders are subjected to. Smith was fired immediately after the story appeared. He is no longer working in journalism. Oh, geez. The case of Harris Fogel, 60, who was until last March a professor of photography at the University of the Arts in Philadelphia, takes Me Too full circle back to the college campus. Philadelphia Magazine reports that in March 2016, Harris was in Las Vegas at the annual meeting of the Society for Photographic Education. There, he greeted an old friend, a female professor of photography, who worked at a different institution, with a kiss on the cheek. Later that month, Fogel was at a photography conference in Houston where he participated in evaluating the portfolios of aspiring photographers. After reviewing one female photographer's work, he offered to let her send him more, reaching into his pocket for a business card and accidentally pulled out his room key card. He recalled saying, "Here is my business card. Oops, my room key," put the key card away, and handed the photographer his business card. Me Too broke in October 2017 with the first New York Times story about Harvey Weinstein. In December, Fogel was told that 2 harassment accusations had been filed against him within a day of each other, one from the professor in Las Vegas and one from the aspiring photographer. He was investigated by his university's Title IX office and fired for serious violations of the school's harassment policy. He is now suing. His suit asserts that the complainants knew each other and coordinated their filings, that he was not allowed to offer a defense during his hearing, and that a dean who disliked him used the harassment claim to get rid of him. Oh. Sorry, okay. We can't see the video ad, you're covering it. Oh, good word. Oh God, do I want to watch this? Oh no. Oh, Kyle Kuklinski video. Sorry, hold on. Canadian political scientist Eve Seguin, who has written about mobbing in academia, calls such career decisions social murder. And since humans are social creatures, social murder sometimes leads to actual death. There have in fact been several Me Too suicides, and they've gotten little attention in the United States. The movement's reach swiftly became international. In December of 2017, Benny Fredriksson, then 58 and the head of a major Stockholm cultural center. What is a Stockholm cultural center? That sounds like a building in an RTS. Like, build more of this to unlock, like, fucking mages or something. Whatever, I don't know. Became the subject of an investigation by a Swedish newspaper, which alleged that he had harassed and mistreated women. He was specifically accused of trying to force a pregnant actress to get an abortion, and the Irish Times reports that a second newspaper called him a little Hitler. Fredrickson swiftly resigned, but the accusations continued on social media. In March of last year, while accompanying his wife, the famed opera singer Anne-Sophie von Otter, on a performing trip to Australia, Fredrickson took his own life. The backlash in Sweden against Me Too was fierce. It turned out that he had not tried to force an actress to get an abortion. It was later reported that he had expressed regret to an actress that she couldn't appear in a stage production because she would have been 8 months pregnant at the premiere. The Irish Times reports that an official investigation dismissed the claims against him as unfounded, and that the Swedish newspaper was fined for printing unsubstantiated allegations. In an interview 4 months after her husband's death, von Otter said that he had resigned, even though the characterization of him was untrue, because he felt unable to defend himself. He fell into a deep depression as friends and colleagues abandoned him, out of fear, she said, that if they publicly defended him, they would be attacked themselves. She said she hopes a lesson of Fredrickson's death is that we're not in the Middle Ages, we don't pillory people, spit at them, or stone them. Kaiman himself had grappled over the last year with acute suicidal thoughts. Without the constant support of his mother and his girlfriend, he says, he's not sure he would be alive. Arneson gave him a mantra that he says has proved helpful. You can always kill yourself tomorrow, just don't do it today. Kaiman and Arneson, 29, have been together since 2016. Her mother immigrated to the U.S. from Thailand, and her father is of a Norwegian-German heritage. A year after graduating from Carleton College, she moved to Beijing, where she worked for an education consulting company. She and Kaiman met there. She was attracted to his sense of adventure, his passion for his work, and his kindness to friends and younger journalists. Arneson says that, except for the single encounter with San Mez, for which he was objectively remorseful and for which she forgave him, Kaiman has been a devoted boyfriend. Given what's happened, she acknowledges that there's no logical reason to stay. Then she adds, except that I love him and I believe in him. If I left John, I don't think I'd be able to live with myself knowing I gave up on him. They have tabled any discussion about marriage and children, since Kaiman doesn't know if he will be able to help support a family. The pair now alternates between living at his parents' home in Arizona and her parents' home in Minnesota. She recounted to me the low moment of telling her parents that her boyfriend was accused in a sex scandal. Her father read the news coverage and asked her if the accusations were true. She told him they weren't. Her father said that if she believed in John, then he did too. Kaiman and Arneson agree that he is not the same person he was when they met. He told me his suicidal thoughts do not seem irrational to him. I felt my identity had been annihilated, he said. Once your identity has been annihilated, who are you? The self that I had, the self that I was, had been murdered, and I was never going to get that back. He recently reread The Crucible, Arthur Miller's play about the Salem witch trials, which also served as a commentary on McCarthyism, and quotes the character John Proctor, who was accused of witchcraft, but spurned an offer to save his life by publicly confessing. Before his execution, Proctor explains his refusal. Because it is my name. Because I cannot have another in my life. How may I live without my name? Arneson recalls folk tales about individuals encountering their doppelgangers. In these stories, the two can't exist simultaneously, so one version must dispatch the other. She says Kaiman's doppelganger is the version of him found on the internet. This rendering of Kaiman is not who he really is, she explains, but the online world exists in perpetuity. They both want to believe there will be something better, and Arneson sometimes sees flashes of the Kaiman she first knew, but she says you would hope in a civilized society it wouldn't be so easy for someone to lose so much so quickly. Trial by Twitter. How do you defend yourself in a trial by Twitter? Kaiman discovered that you can't. After San Mez made her accusations and he was suspended by the Los Angeles Times, he was constrained in his ability to publicly defend himself. Because of the workplace investigation, the newspaper guild advised against saying too much, and trying to explain his side of the convoluted sexual encounter with San Mez on Twitter was impossible. Kaiman eventually put out a brief statement that read, in part, "My experience that night with Felicia differs fundamentally from her account. I am saddened and, quite frankly, horrified that a group of professional journalists would unquestionably take her version of events as absolute truth before hearing, or in most cases even asking for, my side of the story. I'm genuinely sorry that I've caused Laura and Felicia pain. I had considered them very close friends and would never intend to hurt them." He wrote that the allegations have irrevocably destroyed my reputation and any hope for a rewarding career in the future. And he added that he wouldn't wish such an experience on anybody. Afterward, he heard privately from some people offering support, including colleagues at the LA Times, but few wanted to openly be associated with him. Cowards. Private support is the worst. Don't even message me. Fucking losers. People that are like, oh, privately, bro, I support you, but I don't want to say anything. Fuck you then. You don't support shit then. Motherfucker, you want to have your cake and eat it too. Wait, holy shit. How left-leaning were we 4 years ago? Google pronounced irrevocably? It's irrevocably, sorry. Irrevocably. Yeah, really shitty to pressure people into having sex. The guy seems like a loser. Wait, is that the only comment? Oh, fuck.
It just don't happen like that. That's how people getting in trouble with this bullshit, man. Now look, ladies, there's a lot of real rapes, but y'all gotta understand there's some fake bullshit going on right now. A lot of bitches just go, he raped me. Yeah. You think that shit is not happening? I can't believe I talk to women, they still believe, they have hope for the Kobe bitch. The two different comes in the panties, bitch. Forget the rape case, I want money, bitch.
Jesus. Prior to Tucker's account, Kyman's career at the paper had essentially been unblemished. His last employee evaluation read, in part, John has had a year full of rich, well-reported stories that provided a smart and lively look into Asia for Times readers. John was able to pivot adroitly between breaking news, adroitly, in a clever or skillful way, adroitly between breaking news, providing quick, well-crafted stories within minutes after a big news development, and more deeply reported, expansively written features. After the first accusation by Tucker broke, Kyman immediately reported it to his editor, and high-level discussions were held at the paper about how to respond. Kyman was asked if he'd ever sexually harassed anyone associated with the Times or been involved sexually with anyone there. He was also asked if he'd ever raped anyone. His answer was no. The Times executives ended up taking no action against him. I was told by editors who don't wish to be quoted that leadership concluded that Tucker had described an encounter that had nothing to do with the Times, and while she regretted it, by her own account, it was not a sexual assault. But the Sunmez accusation changed everything. Even though it is disputed by Kyman, that charge established in the minds of many that what happened between Kyman and Tucker was not just a single regretted event, but part of a pattern. And pattern is an explosive concept in the world of Me Too. Indeed, in the most notorious Me Too cases, from Weinstein to convicted felons Bill Cosby and Larry Nassar, there are well-documented decades of repetitive, even ritualized violations. The World Health Organization recently included in its International Classification of Diseases the diagnosis of compulsive sexual behavior disorder, described as a persistent pattern of failure to control intense, repetitive sexual impulses. In her letter, Sunmez wrote that her accusation against Kyman proved that his problematic behavior appeared to be a part of a wider pattern. Her claim was widely accepted, even though prior to Tucker's blog post, there had been no accusations against him, even though the pattern of problematic behavior consisted of 2 separate hookups more than 4 years apart between Kyman and a longtime female friend. People, of course, are entitled to tell their own stories. In telling theirs, Tucker and Sunmez each expressed their concerns about the effect of their own lives of coming forward. Tucker said that it was embarrassing and frightening to write about what happened, while Sunmez wrote that she struggled with whether to go public, in part because she was job hunting and worried that she might scare away potential employers. But the professional lives of both women appear to be thriving. Tucker is in the class of 2020,
Keep
the
hating your
University
life
of
then,
Texas
working
School of
class
Law,
Andy.
and shortly after Sanmez released her letter about Kaiman, she was hired by the Washington Post. Sanmez declined to comment for the story. Instead, she directed reason to a quote that she gave in an article in the South China Morning Post, in which Kaiman explained his side of what happened. She said, "It saddens me to see that Mr. Kaiman still does not realize the impact of his actions or take responsibility for them. His statements do not exhibit an understanding of the meaning of consent." Meanwhile, we're now in a time when the uncertain circumstances surrounding one regretted sexual encounter, another hazily remembered and fiercely disputed intimate encounter are sufficient to destroy the accused's life. Fairness, not frenzy. Kaiman was subjected to 3 HR interviews at the Los Angeles Times. At one, the female investigator had a sticker on her computer that read, "The future is female." The last interview in July of 2018 revolved around Kaiman being asked to rebut the mostly anonymous accusations that came in from the FCCC members who had been encouraged to provide evidence against him. What? Okay. He was told, for example, that there were reports that at the karaoke club the evening he and Sanmez got together, he was rebuked for touching the breasts and buttocks of a woman he was singing with. He said this accusation is false and preposterous, that he'd never done such a thing and therefore never was rebuked for it. He was also asked whether in his early 20s he had read the book The Game, an exploration of pickup artists or men who believe that certain seduction techniques will lead to successful sexual conquests. He had. It had been a major bestseller, but as he explained to the investigator, that didn't mean that he himself was a pickup artist. The questioning made clear to him that his private sexual behavior as a young single man was on trial, behavior unrelated to the workplace. He told the HR person that during college and the years shortly after, he had felt shy and inept around women. Gradually, he said, he gained more confidence, and over the years in the hothouse of the hard drinking and hard partying expat culture in Beijing, he'd had a number of sexual partners. The interviewer then asked him an existential question. Why do you think multiple women have come forward with these accusations? That kind of query has been posed to many a man facing Title IX proceedings. A federally funded organization, the National Center for Campus Public Safety, provides training materials for people running Title IX investigations. It encourages investigators to accept the account of an accuser as accurate, even when it is partial or fragmentary, and even when the accuser has told shifting versions of what has happened. It also recommends that the accused be asked to account for discrepancies between his version of what happened and the accuser's. Investigators are prompted to have the accused evaluate the emotional state of the accuser, and, if the accused denies the allegation, to ask why the accuser would fabricate this. Kaiman declined to try to explain the thinking of his accusers, but an article by political scientist Eve Seguin describes how workplace mobs tend to operate. She writes that when a mob makes someone a target, what happens follows the pattern of a show trial, with the conviction coming first, followed by the collection of so-called evidence. Seguin asserts that the evidentiary process is fatally tainted by the twisting of everything that the targeted person has said, written, or done as proof that the target is irredeemable. While Kaiman was waiting for the Los Angeles Times to complete its investigation, the paper was going through its own turmoil regarding sexual harassment. Several high-level executives of then-owner Trunk were accused of harassment in the workplace just as the sale of the current owner, billionaire Patrick Soon-Shiong, was underway. This made a young Beijing correspondent who had received international notoriety even more of a liability. On August 9th, 2018, Kaiman received an email from the Times telling him that his treatment of women brought undue negative publicity on your news organization and demanding he resign or be fired. He resigned. A spokesperson for the Times declined to comment on Kaiman's case. Kaiman's publisher, Random House, exercised a morals clause in his contract and canceled the book he had sold for a 6-figure advance. He and Arneson moved back to the United States, jobless and homeless. Slowly, the two have considered how they might move forward. They both decided to apply to law school with the idea that Kaiman would start a second career, one defending the accused. But he doesn't know if any schools will accept someone who has appeared on a list about Me Too. When an accusation is lodged, we must respond with fairness, not frenzy. We need to better understand the psychology of mobs and how people come to join them. We need to grapple with how technology is implicated in all of this, because as Fredrickson's widow put it, this isn't the Middle Ages. Today, the destruction of someone's reputation and career can be immediate, global, and permanent. We need to recognize that a misunderstanding, even one about sex, is not a sufficient cause to result in the obliteration of someone's psyche and desire to live. Wow. Oh. What is taper monkey? Oh, we use this for a thing once. We don't need this. Don't need it anymore. I don't need it. What is this? He's blind. Oh no. Oh, and he's not understanding. Oh, and then he gives him the thumbs up. Rip. Okay, what is this? Do I really want to watch this?
Dave Rubin decided to give everybody access to his very big brain and tell everybody about his glorious genius economic theories. So let's take a look at that.
If the government can just print money, right, and deficits mean nothing, then money doesn't mean anything. It's the stuff we actually produce. What would really be the best way to get the economy going right now? It is so obvious and so easy, and that's why it's never discussed. You know what you do? You'd cut government spending and you'd cut taxes, period. How about we cut taxes on literally every single person in the United States? Everybody. I'm literally just throwing this out.
Okay, first of all, Dave Rubin is just so stupid. The whole point is that we're spending way too much fucking money right now. Wouldn't cutting taxes be a bad thing? Wouldn't that just increase inflation? Now we have even more dollars chasing fewer products. Like, wouldn't that exacerbate problems even more? Cutting government spending in some ways, if you're talking about stimulus, maybe, but like...
Crazy Dave with one of his crazy proclamations. How about we cut taxes 25% on every single person? Every single person across the board, federal, state, local, whatever it might be.
It's just, this is like the conservative answer to everything. It's like cut taxes, cut government spending. It's just not, there's like nothing.
You're gonna have 25% more money to do whatever you want with. Do you think that might get the economy going? Because then people would...
The economy is going. The economy's going too much. That's the problem, Dave.
Start spending more money again, and as people spend more money, then the prices of things, because there's more economic activity, might go down. But they'll never do that, right? They'll never do that. What they'll say is, oh, we'll print...
If people are spending more money, then prices will go down. Where is the connection? What? If there is a given number of supply available, and then more dollars becomes available, then necessarily inflation would follow, unless there's some other modifying effect going on, or some other some other effect has to go on. It's just like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, even like the really basic, like I'm drawing the two lines on the supply demand thing and watching the curve move. Like,
more money will somehow give you more money, or if we could just punish billionaires more. They'll never talk about their own spending. How about we just starve the beast? That's the answer.
So I needless to say, I have a lot
oh
to say
boy.
about this.
Yeah.
How can we, now let's see. So Dave Rubin just said something unbelievably stupid. Let's see what the response is. Could it be even more stupid? Populism versus populism. Here we go, boys.
He says, his plan to get the economy going is cut government spending and cut taxes. What he doesn't appear to recognize at all is that if you cut government spending, that is confiscatory to the private economy. In other words, public deficits equal private expansion.
Right.
That's the whole point of when you run a public deficit. It's to get the private economy going.
Yes.
And he flips it. He says, no, if you cut government spending, that somehow makes the economy expand? There's no economic theory which backs up what he's saying, which is, so he likes to fancy himself more along the school of thought of, Ayn Rand.
Okay, it's like kind of true, but like the whole point is that the government has probably pumped too much money into the economy so far. That's the point of like bringing the, like, I don't understand. People here, I think people think that like economy bad and economy good are the only two ways to describe the economy. Like, I don't know if Rage Pop or Irk would agree with this. Like, I wouldn't say right now, we're a Rage Pop and Irk. I wouldn't say right now that we have like a bad economy, right? The problem is just that like there's inflation. that doesn't necessarily mean the economy is bad, right? Like job markets seem fine. The CPI is just like exploding. Or maybe you don't like the CPI. Maybe there's another index you'd use. But like, it's not. I don't think there's an idea that like, oh, the economy sucks. That's not true. There's just a lot of inflation. Meaning we need to like reduce spending on things for a little bit. Joe Biden is a strike. Thank you, Rage Pope. Where I don't know where Irk is. Irk usually never says dumb shit.
And Milton Friedman and an Austrian economic school of thought. The thing that's so frustrating about Dave Rubin to me is that he doesn't even understand the theory that he's espousing, but even if he did, that theory would be wrong, but he doesn't get the basics of that theory.
Right. So his diagnosis of why we have inflation is exclusively tied to the pandemic spending programs, that you had these deficits, you had the government spending money and too much money in people's pockets, and that causes inflation, right? But then his answer to that is to give people more money to spend, which is exactly what he said, in his view, caused the inflation. I mean, the part where you realize...
This is kind of true, but then you guys are also saying the government needs to spend more money, which is also like more spending, right? Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Realize how mind-numbingly stupid what he's saying is when he says, as people spend more money, the prices of things will go down.
That doesn't make sense. That's true. That doesn't make any sense.
Which is like the polar opposite of just like the day one thing you learn in economics about supply and demand. People have more money, they spend more money. Oh, that causes the prices to go up. Now, what he obviously leaves completely out of any of this analysis is the fact that, you know, one of the major factors, not the only factor, but one of the major factors in inflation has in fact been corporate price gouging. And the fact that you have this monopoly pricing power across multiple
it's
industries that has allowed corporations to rake in record-breaking profits while all of you are out there suffering. They are literally on shareholder calls, CEOs telling their people, we were able to raise prices above and beyond what was required because consumers have no choice and they expect inflation, so they are willing to take it. And since you do have
all the calls, like the consumers are expecting inflation, so let's just bump the price up as much as, because why the fuck not? Because
monopoly consolidation, you have all of this pricing power.
True.
So that is completely left out of the analysis. He doesn't even talk about, you know, some of the supply chain issues which could be ameliorated by things like, you know, lifting wages, so we have more people willing to go into the trucking industry, again going after
lifting wages. Aren't wages rising pretty quickly already? And also, wouldn't lifting wages also just increase the amount of money that people are spending on everything, which would also continue to drive inflation? Like, because wages are already going up pretty significantly, right? I don't know if it's outpacing inflation, but like, do they need to go even higher? Like,
some of this monopoly consolidation.
Isn't that the case with oil companies? Some are holding off on drilling more. I don't remember if I watched this video on stream or not, but there's like, the oil shit is like very weird. I'd have to watch it. If you really want to be simplistic about it, you can say that like, yeah, oil companies have decided to stop drilling. But I think it's a little more complicated than that. I think the idea is that this statement has been uttered 20 million times in the past, so this might be another bullshit utterance of that statement. Maybe. That there's a chance that peak oil consumption maybe has happened, and as green energies and other things move on, if all the oil companies around the world start like, you know, mining as much or drilling for as much oil as possible, you're going to tank the fuck out of all of your oil prices, then everything will get fucked. So there is always some like, how much should we drill for? How much new oil do we put on the market? But that's always been a case. That's always been the case with oil, with global oil. There's always been fights over how much should we produce, how much should we not produce, or whatever. Like OPEC fights internally about this all the time. Yeah.
In the freight shipping industries, things like that. You know, the meat processors.
The reason why I bring up the peak oil thing is because I feel like in my lifetime, I think I've heard like 10 different times that I remember hearing it a lot in 2007. And then even in the lead up to now, I always feel like, are we past peak oil? Are we past peak oil? We're past peak oil. When oil prices collapsed several years ago, I think people were pointing to the slowing of the rate of change was decreasing quicker than they thought it would for the consumption of oil in China. So the consumption wasn't decreasing, but the increase in the consumption of the oil wasn't increasing as fast as people thought it was. So like the derivative was not as big, basically. And people always say that. I've heard that so many times in my lifetime. Even we're almost past peak oil. Maybe one of these times it'll be right, you know, potentially. But yeah.
There's all of those pieces he's not interested in whatsoever. Instead, he offers this completely nonsensical idea of what he thinks will solve the problem.
So a few points on the supply chain leading to inflation.
How do we get gas prices to go down, though? Here's just one thing I'll say about economics. My high school teacher said this a long time ago, and I thought it was interesting. Keep this in mind, okay? You will never run out of oil. The planet will never, ever, 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 ever run out of oil. It is impossible with how economics works, because as the amount of oil decreases, the price will increase. The final barrel of oil will never be sold, right? So when you're talking about like how do you get gas prices to go down though, my refills are $100 now. Like depending on the competition in oil markets with green energy, like I imagine that you're never going to be in a state where oil companies are going to be like, we got to drill, bring it down like $50 a barrel or whatever. Like that's just not going to happen. I think right now oil companies are hedging their future drilling, and they're basically just like returning profits to shareholders and then waiting for it to phase out, maybe. Yeah. That's what I've heard recently. I don't know how true that it's going to be on a macro level or what's going to happen, but
Didn't say Simon Says.
Solutions on that is, well, switch up the supply chain, do more manufacturing here in the U.S. so you're not dependent on foreign countries to do it. Now, in order to do that, you need to bring back protectionist policies,
yes,
which flies in the face of free trade dogma, which is part and parcel of his ideology.
Right.
So I'll ask Dave, hey man, do you want to combat inflation by fighting back against the supply chain crisis? Should we bring back tariffs for goods that are imported and start investing tax money to build up factories here? Because that would be a solution, but that's protectionism.
It's so fucking stupid. Like, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. Man, whatever. I hate that. I hate everything about. We just need to make all of our own shit, guys. What is it called? Is it an autarky? Economic. Yeah, we need to be an autarky, guys. Just make all of our own shit here. Everything. Destiny, what about non-energy uses for oil? I could be wrong, and I'm totally pulling this out my ass. My assumption is that like when it comes to like a barrel of oil, like 85% of it is like used for energy purposes. That might not be true though. Maybe it's actually way less. What percentage of a barrel of oil is used? Because I know you can make like petrol or plastic and shit out of it, or petroleum-based products. How much of a barrel of oil is used for energy? How much of a barrel of oil used for energy? Maybe it's way less. I could be wrong. For many, a barrel of oil is most synonymous with this most prominent product. Gasoline is 40%. That's just gasoline, though. What's made from a barrel of oil? Gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, heavy fuel, asphalt, light fuel, hydrocarbon. I think it can be used for fuel, or no? Hydrocarbon gas liquids like propane and butane, and other. So okay, so yeah, it looks like 85% about is basically just used for like energy-ish shit. Assuming this graph is okay.
You think protectionism is bad. So that's one thing that I would say. The other thing is, when he says we should cut taxes 25% on every person, okay, but the bottom roughly 50% of the country pays no federal taxes because they're too poor to pay it. They can't afford it.
Right.
So if he says, let's give them a 25% subsidy, I'll sign right up for that right now, brother. I'll make that deal with you right now. Because the Republican plan rolled out by Rick Scott was that everybody's got to have skin in the game, so let's raise taxes on the bottom 50% of the country.
Right.
And the other thing is, if you think cutting taxes 25% for the top 1% of the country is going to lead to them spending more, all the empirical data we have flies in the face of that argument. What they do is they put it in their bank account.
Right, because they're already, yeah, because they're already.
They don't put it in their bank. They'll never put it in their bank account. They'll probably reinvest it. Now, if you want to say reinvesting stocks, whatever, fine, but it's not going in a bank account.
So much like
that's what he means. No, sorry, I'm not going to let you skirt by on that one. That's not good enough. You can't say that's what he means. There is a significantly different connotation to put it in the bank account versus reinvest it in companies, because he's making it sound like if you cut taxes, they're going to waste that money by putting it into their bank account. Money's not wasted. It's going to be reinvested into other enterprises. So no, I reject that's what he means. If that's what he meant, he said it incorrectly.
Or you're spending a larger proportion of your income and what comes in. That's just the way that works.
Right. So, I mean, look, again, what I would say to Dave is, for the love of God, if you're going to do the whole, like, I'm the right-wing guy, I'm the libertarian economics guy, at least understand the libertarian arguments, because he doesn't understand any of it.
Yeah, well, he has these two sort of like Republican catchphrases in his mind. On the one hand, it's like, deficits, government spending, bad.
Cutting taxes, good.
Cutting taxes, good.
Those totally contradict each other.
Right, well, so he wants to say like, oh, well, the inflation is caused by the government spending. But then he also has to fit in there the other piece of his economic knowledge, which is that tax cuts are inherently good, not understanding that completely contradicts what he's saying there. Like if you're saying the spending is causing the inflation, you can't also say that's why we need to spend more to stop the inflation.
This is something that has always driven me nuts about the argument from the supply side or trickle-down economics crowd, and I've been pointing this out for a decade. Their two biggest things are, deficits are bad, but also cutting taxes is good. Well, hold on. How would you at least in part, reduce a deficit. You raise taxes to get rid of the deficit.
No, they say that the way you get rid of the deficit is by reducing government spending. What do you guys call this in Europe? Now all I can think of autarky. Oh, austerity is what they would call it, right? I think we don't use that word in the U.S., but that's essentially what they should learn that word. I don't know why they don't know that word in the U.S. They would fucking love it. Nobody introduced it to them.
Yeah. That's one of the ways you do it. And they would also say cut spending. You can only cut spending so much before you get into like, sorry, Medicare gone, Medicaid gone, Social Security. We gotta put that on the table.
They also came up with this whole fantasy accounting system of like, well, if we cut taxes, then people are going to invest more and they're going to generate
but they
more,
made it up.
and they're right, and so then you're going to get more tax revenue.
He even said it. You unleash the beast of the private economy when you do that. But hold on one second. Ronald Reagan did exactly the thing that you're calling for doing right now, and he had record debts and deficits. George W. Bush, same thing. He had his whole Bush tax cuts package, which is right in line with the philosophy that he just put out there. And George W. Bush had over $1 trillion in an annual deficit at one point during his administration. This idea that no, actually, you increase the revenue to the government by cutting the tax rate, that never comes to fruition. So it's just not true. They use this like fantasy math calculating system where they just make it up.
Yeah.
And then they never acknowledge when they're wrong.
And also, somehow he imagines money in people's hands when it's like the government gives you the money, like the stimulus check.
That's bad.
That's bad. But money in your hands,
if they just cut taxes,
that's somehow totally different and good and has some completely opposite effect on the economy somehow and on inflation somehow.
Because, Crystal, he doesn't understand any of this. He doesn't understand any of it.
Yeah.
He's just like the world's laziest propagandist.
That's pretty clear.
That's ironic coming from Kuklinski. But
successful?
What?
What does it say about the country?
Well, it's not about the country. It's about the niche he found. So his whole thing was like, look, I was part of TYT, and so I was this progressive guy. I was a Bernie Sanders guy, and then I saw the light, and I saw that these progressives are crazy. And then what happened is over time, he inched over time to the right. At first, he went from like, I'm on the left to like, no, I'm a liberal to like, no, I'm a centrist to now it's, he doesn't even hide the fact that he's basically a conservative Republican, But it was, people on the right are going to love that conversion story. They're going to love the idea like
the Laffer curve is technically true, but applied in the most zero IQ fashion consistently, it shouldn't be talked about in reality. I think the problem is that, let me talk about something I've never studied before. I think the problem with the Laffer curve is that there's like 20, like everything in economics, there's like 20 trillion different variables that'll affect it. Like if we shift the actual like posted tax rates for anything, the economy and people can move their finances around in ways that will always kind of like battle around whatever the new rates are. They might change the way they spend, they might change the way they save, they might change the types of companies they invest in. You'll like, it's not like, oh, we've increased taxes by 5% and the Laffer curve predicts that we're gonna make this much more income and we can map it on. Like there's a graph that somebody can post this or find this. Percentage of GDP collected via tax compared to marginal rate, United States. I'm not gonna be able to find this fucking graph, but I think it basically goes on to say that like more or less the amount of taxes that we've like collected have like always been about the same. Oh shit, is it the first one? Is it this? Am I making this up? So like, even when the posted rates are like really, really, really high, this is going the top marginal rates, we like always collect like basically around like 18, 19% in taxes of our GDP. It's just like basically always what we collect. I've heard this argument put forth a few times. I don't know if anybody's fought against this. Noah Smith talked with another guy how like, oh, well, if you tax some things more and some things less, people generally just don't care. They either spend a little bit differently or they'll shift money around a little bit more. But at the end of the day, it's not making this huge difference in terms of the government collecting more in tax revenue. I thought the Laffer curve just demonstrated that what maximum tax rates could be before diminishing returns. I think the Laffer curve just says that depending on what your rate of taxation is, it will influence the amount of taxes that you collect. So there's some ideal tax rate where if you shift to the left more and your tax rate is lower, you're collecting less, and if you shift it more to the right, then you're collecting less because you're discouraging economic activity or something. So there's like an idealized. I think it's a parabolic thing. I might just have made all of that up. Hold on. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, okay. So obviously, like at 0% taxation, you're collecting no tax because you're not taxing anybody, and then at 100% taxation, you're collecting no tax because now you've discouraged all economic activity. So there's some idealized thing in the middle, but the reality is that like the variables that are going to go into this curve are going to be unimaginably fucking complicated, such that I don't even know if you could measure it. Although I'm sure there's some loser out there that's written a paper with like 72 different Greek characters to describe some formula that would be able to predict where it is. Fuck them. The thing that's crazy about the Laffer curve discussion is how Republicans assume without evidence that the tax rate is to the right of the peak. Well, yeah, but I mean, progressives always assume it's to the left, right? Everybody has their assumption. Every Democrat is going to say, oh, we're down here on the Laffer curve. Every Republican is going to say, oh, we're up here on the Laffer curve. It's like, whatever. Is tax proportion of GDP a good statistic? 20% of GDP means different things. If GDP is high versus low, right? I don't know, dude. Go find more graphs then, bitch. Ha! Remember, you had a conversation with Econ Dude who said the IRS is wildly underfunded. Do you still believe this to be true? Yes. I think it's one of the few claims. It's one of the few things where it's like, holy shit. Hold on, I need to do my daily sock darling simp tweet. All right. I feel like 90% of the time someone is making a Laffer curve based argument is from the right, and the justification for the argument is just an explanation of what the Laffer curve is, not anything about where on it we might be. Yeah, but again, I don't know. I might just be too dumb for it. I don't think I would ever try to talk about anything with respect to the Laffer curve. I think I would literally only talk with regards to specific, ultra-specific tax policy. Like, hey, when we have this marginal rate set to this, we've collected this much money, and then blah, 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 like that. But trying to dictate our entire tax policy or whatever on the left just seems, there's just so many different ways to move. Our tax system is very, very, very complicated. Insanely complicated. Holy shit, the German communists were huffing paint thinner in 1930. The 1930 election left the Social Dems and the KVD with almost 40% of the seats in the Reichstag between them. In November of 1931, the SPD suggested the two parties work together, but Thalmann rejected the offer. Wait, are they just figuring this out? Wait, what about my tweets? This is literally... with the KVD newspaper, The Red Flag, calling for an intensification of the fight against social democracy. Addressing the Nazi electoral breakthrough in the 1930 elections, Thalmann insisted that if Hitler came to power, he was sure to fail and drive Nazi voters into the arms of the KPD. As late as February 1932, Thalmann was arguing that Hitler must come to power first, then the requirements for a revolutionary crisis will arrive more quickly. There's a lot of interesting shit that you can read. There's this concept called social fascism that came from the it was the Comintern, I think, which was in the USSR, who put out international organization headquartered in Moscow, which put out like propaganda for commies around the world, basically. And part of this concept of social fascism basically means that tell me if you've heard this one before, but it basically says that in times of great peril, the liberals will side with fascists. This literal commie propaganda. The term social fascist was used pejoratively to describe social democratic parties, anti-Comintern, and progressive socialist parties and dissenters within Comintern affiliates throughout the interwar period. Basically saying that like these motherfuckers will always be with fascists given the opportunity to be, which basically puts like communist parties in some of these countries aligning themselves with extreme right parties, because why the fuck would they align themselves with the liberals when the liberals are basically fascists? As stupid as that sounds, seems like what happened in Germany. I wish I would have read about this earlier. I never would have let people get by with this. The liberals side with fascists. I don't know if there's I don't know if there's a historical basis for that, but I've just never called it out in the past. I just said like, oh, it's dumb because it's not happening now. But accelerationism is bullshit. It's strange that this is upvoted though and posted on Vosh's subreddit when I don't know if you guys can find my tweets, but hold on, wait, find the big post about me and his subreddit, because I basically made this exact tweet like a week or two ago. And people were saying that I was delusional or that I had no understanding of history. Was it this? No. Fuck. I'm not going to be able to find it here. Oh, Destiny, lying about history. Funny how lefties say this when the commies were the ones to work with the Nazis to fight against the Social Democratic Party in Germany, leading to the rise of the Nazi Party. Nazism was literally stopped by liberals. Everybody in here said that I was lying. Wait, but now somebody posts this and it gets upvoted? How? Isn't this exactly what a lot of tankies said about Trump? What Stalinism does to a motherfucker? No, in Germany we drink varnish. They probably thought it would be akin to Trump terms in office. This is the exact same argument Jimmy Dore made about Trump. What the fuck, dude? I'm getting gaslit in real time. Are you banned from responding to the watch server? Not on this new account, unless they pre-banned me, but I am on my, well, my banned account, so not that that matters. Now Destiny knows what it feels like to get meme jacked. True! Can you give interview advice? Yeah, don't be a dumb fuck. Oh shit, whoops. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. God damn it. HRT is incredible. Still not a woman, and no amount of communist propaganda will change that. Rip. Rip shoe. What the fuck is the whistling part of... Is the whistling part of what the dog needs to do this correctly? Yeah, sure, sounds good. Wait, did Felk even... Okay. When you paste back another paste bin, I'll send to Cake and we'll start the V Rising server. Also, how many people should we allow on? Question mark. The whistling is forward, back, left, and right. Okay, if you say so. Hold on, Jesus. I need, well, now I need a game to play in the background while I'm... Destiny, he sent it to me, but I've been AFK. Oh, shit, sorry. Okay, no problem. No rush. It can be like tomorrow, it's fine. What's the dating podcast about tomorrow? Probably about dating. Did you kill the last boss in V Rising? Yeah, I'm an unstoppable vampire now. Backpack hero or core keepers? Should I? Is core keeper even? I don't know. It seemed like an unfinished Terraria. Or not even Terraria, Stardew Valley kind of sort of thing. Is Backpack Hero like, what's the game we can play in the background? I'm tempted to load up Factorio again, I'm going to be honest with you. Captain of Industry is a good new autism game. Is Backpack Hero just the browser game? Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna play this. We're gonna listen to this. That's what's coming up next, okay? Captain of Industry is like if City Skyline met Factor. Wait, hold on. That sounds interesting. Captain of Industry.
We've come a long way.
Oh, this game looks so boring.
But it wasn't easy to get this far. Let me tell you how it all started. After the global crisis, I found shelter for my crew on this island. I had to set up basic infrastructure. Things like smelting iron and mining resources.
Did somebody say smelting iron? Oh, shit. Hold on.
Didn't go. Like, it's not actually mixing. Right? They're not alternating here. And that's a problem.
That's a big
So
problem.
let me go ahead and boost these just to see if they go faster.
Uh-huh.
And see what happens here. So they've got machine parts. I need it. Construction parts, whatever. Perfect.
Oh,
So
there's a live
that's gonna
stream
happen
right
faster. I think maybe we upgrade one of these
Didn't
next.
say Simon Says.
This is my construction parts stuff. So yeah, I think I'm upgrading this one and this one. If we ever get the gold parts, just spend it on upgrading because I'm sick of waiting, man.
Factorio Space Exploration. Been downloaded. Is that 1 million times? Or is that 10 million times? 1 million times. Jesus. What is this like? You just go to other planets with other resources? Are there new things to build? Or does it just give you new resources? You need like other mods to build things with the new resources. It adds new logistics problems. Click my link, dumb fuck. Ah, can't see this, sorry. Okay, I'll just do backpack, whatever. We'll listen to this Mr. Girl thing. Okay, I'll be back and we're gonna do this. One sec. Everybody slept for hamster. This is pre-recorded? Yes, this whole stream is pre-recorded. Whoever said that in YouTube chat. My Shelly.